And we're going to broadcast to Clerkbase. Oh, for God's sakes. Alrighty, that's not good. It's telling me I don't have permission to live stream because I did not logged in as me instead of the town council.
Did Colleen make it back in?
Alright. Let me look. Nope. But I think without either one of us being, let me try something else. Mhm. All right. I think she should have stayed logged in as herself and as the town before she got off to log in as herself. All right, so let's see. Try signing in. Okay.
For anybody who's just started watching, we are
Okay.
doing some technical.
So I don't sign in your meeting?
Okay.
We're trying to live stream.
We think we may have the technical fix. It's going to take another minute.
Hang on one second. Preparing to live stream, yay.
There you go.
Very good. It looks like we are now live streaming, so I will call this meeting to order. This is a joint work session of the South Kingstown Town Council and the South Kingstown School Committee. It is Wednesday, January 20th. The time is 6:35. Our first order of business is the pledge to the flag. Susan, you would please lead us in that.
Certainly. Everyone would join me on this historic Inauguration Day. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Much, Susan. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to look over the facilities plan, and you can see that on the agenda. Item 2 is a presentation by RGB Architects regarding Stage 2 application to the Rhode Island Department of Education for the school facilities improvements. Do we have everybody in the meeting now who would like to be a part of that conversation?
We need to bring RGB in. And I will also note, Mr. President, that Paula Whitford has been trying to get your attention, it looks like.
Paula.
Yes, thank you, Bob. Before we start this meeting, I would like a chance to explain my abstention during last week's school committee meeting. I spent the entire weekend reading and preparing for our school committee meeting. I felt confident about my vote to move forward with the submission of the stage 2 application for the facilities plan. On Monday afternoon, I was taken aback to learn that town members, including the town manager, voted against the recommending the project submission to the Rhode Island Department of Education. I apologize for not reaching out between Monday and Tuesday evening to ask questions. Because of this, I felt like I did not have the information needed to make a vote. Knowing it was an important vote, I abstained. Since that time, I have reached out to the officials that could supply me with the information that I was lacking and feel 100% confidence in the building project. I believe that South Kingston should submit our stage 2 application to the state so that we can see what our reimbursement may be. Throughout my campaigning, I spoke about my support for the building project because I believe that the changes we are looking at support the agenda I ran on. For the legal records in the town council, my fellow committee members in the community, I would like it documented that I fully support the facility plan and that the facilities plan that has been presented and described by the school department. Thank you. I'm sorry for my stuttering.
All right. All right, thank you, Paula. Any other comments here at the outset? All right, very good. It looks like we have RGB here in the meeting. So I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Tracy Dolme, RGB Architect. And if I can
Tracy.
share, yes.
I'm sorry, it's Linda. I have my hand up. I'm sorry. I was wondering if we could also bring over our OPM, the project manager. I'm very sorry.
Okay, so you want Andrew Hennis? Is that correct?
Andrew would be wonderful. That's our legal, but also
Okay.
Sam Bradner.
And Sam Bradner, yeah,
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to interrupt.
that's quite all right. I thought we were going to need to bring him in. Where did he go? There he is. Oh, we have two of him. All right.
All right, Tracy, feel free to get started. I think we got everybody now.
Sure, I just need to be allowed to share screen.
We can make that happen.
Change. Allow to multi-pin. Okay. Let's see if that works.
Okay. Okay, thank you for having me tonight, RGB Architects. I just want to give a summary of where we are with the stage 2 application to RIDE. Okay. South Kingstown School District is focused on their educational mission and ensuring equity for all their students. Their main focus is excellence, environment, and equity. There have been many educational workshops, many developments, and different interactions to develop the educational vision and plan for South Kingstown. Educational enhancements would be included within all schools so that they could reach every student within the district, creating inspiring learning environments that are open to each student to create and innovate in. Back in 2017, the state did a statewide assessment to evaluate all the school buildings within the region. At that time, there was approximately $89.9 million worth of deficiencies noted within South Kingstown schools. A lot of that has to do with just age of buildings, building deficiencies, maintenance items, such as roof replacements, masonry repairs, walkways that need improvement for trip hazards, windows, exterior envelope, not really focusing on the educational components of that. So that's why that master plan, that look, incorporates the educational plan and vision of the district as well. At that time, to help the districts to address these deficiencies, the state came out with some bonus incentive points. Some of these bonus points expire by December 30th, 2022, if the project is not started by that date. And some of the other bonus incentive points, the project has to be started by December 30th, 2023. And where we are with the RIDE application, there's 3 components: the stage 1, the stage 2, stage 3, and the final stage is construction, stage 4. So we have submitted the stage 1. We will update that and resubmit that with the stage 2, but that's the identification of need. Stage 2 is the development of the solution, and then granting approval from the Department of Education, who have 6 months to go out for voter approval. And then after that, you would go into your design reviews for RIDE, which is your stage 3. Since the previous application was prepared for the September submittal, a few changes have taken place. A little bit of adjustment to the design scope. We included the renovation of all the existing restrooms in the Curtis Corner building. And then we adjusted a little bit. We had to take out a little bit of the renovation scope to offset that and hold that final budget. So some of the other science lab areas, life skills, general classroom areas are not in the $85 million project right now, but they could be done with either PAYGO or if there's additional funds that cost savings are found in other portions of the project, then you could certainly pick up that scope with this. The demographic report has been updated and is posted in the stage 2 that is on South Kingstown's website, and all the cost estimates have been updated. There's been a effort to reach out and get the information to the community. There have been many public information sessions, community presentations, listening sessions, mailers and postcards have gone out, questionnaire and responses have all been posted to the project website, skscbuild.org. The reimbursement, as I mentioned, these temporary bonus incentives, we would like to take advantage of as much of those as we possibly can. The targeted bonus incentives include health and safety, educational enhancements, and newer and fewer / increased utilization for 5% increase each and a total increased reimbursement of 15%. What does that mean to South Kingstown? Their base share ratio currently is 35%. With the additional 15% reimbursement, we're looking at a targeted reimbursement of 50%. What does the project entail? Right now, the portion of the project to be funded by bond is $85 million. It includes expansion and renovations to Curtis Corner Middle School to convert it to South Kingstown High School for grades 9 through 12. expand and renovate Broad Rock Middle School to accommodate a true middle school model, grades 6 through 8, and also includes educational enhancements within each elementary school to convert a core space to a 21st century space that would allow those educational enhancements to reach every student within the district. In addition to that, there's a capital improvement plan, which would include some of your health and safety items, your asset protection items. Those are going to be your roofs, your windows, your trip hazards, that kind of thing. And that's important because without the submittal of the stage 2 application, any of the capital investments would not be eligible for reimbursement if you don't have a open approved memorandum of agreement with RIDE. The bond scope at the high school or the new high school, the former Curtis Porter Middle School, entails about 85,000 square feet of new addition. That is predominantly your public spaces. That would be your new main entrance, your auditorium, your new gym, music, chorus and band rooms and practice rooms, as well as an arcade area that can function as pre-function, post-function areas, a very flexible space, maker space, new art studios. The entrance to the building would be the primary entrance to the building would be relocated to the side of Onion Street. The former main entrance would be the secondary entrance for the students from a bus drop-off. Renovations would include taking out the old stage in the former cafeteria, expanding that and opening that up to the media center, 21st century extended learning areas, renovation of the existing gym to CTE areas, and teacher collaboration suites. The bond scope at Broad Rock Middle School would be the construction of two two-story wings that would be mirrored, so they're identical, allowing basically 4 pods. One would be for the 6th grade, the 7th grade, and the 8th grade. The other one would be more your performing arts, your STEM spaces, your community room. The bond scope at the elementaries would include 21st century improvements to a core space. Typically that's the old library, converting that into a multi-purpose space with 21st century furniture, allowing different types of opportunities for students, whether it's small group, presentation. There'd be a small stage area, not for a performance, but more for a student to present their work. There'd be STEM hubs and environments, all different types of writing surfaces, high, low, soft, more of a chair, reading nooks, that type of thing. Movable whiteboards, integration of technology in each space. The bond project cost, we're looking at approximately at the Curtis Corner new South Kingstown High School, additions and renovations for the new construction, about $43 million. The renovation scope is what we've always used to control the budget. That would be about $15.6 million. Additions on some HVAC improvements, some renovations to Broad Rock Middle School, $24 million. And then Matunic, Peacedale, Wakefield, and West Kingston would all get that core upgrade, totaling that $85 million project total. We priced alternates in the drawings, so it's included in the scope of work. Currently, none of the alternates are included in that $85 million, but again, as you go into stage 3, as you get more refined costs, some of these alternates could potentially move into your project. Some of those include window replacement in the original Curtis Corner School, updating of corridor finishes that the corner currently isn't being reconfigured. Renovation of the existing kitchen. The renovation of the existing restrooms is now in your budget. It was previously an alternate, but it is now in your budget. Installation of metal panel at the 1990s wing. That's the science wing at Curtis Corner, and that's an exterior sheathing to bring that portion of the building to tie it in with the remainder of the building. FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment in existing classrooms. Those are classrooms that are currently not getting reconfigured as part of the plan. Any of the classrooms that are getting reconfigured, the furniture would be reimbursable from RIDE and in the project budget. So that subtotal of the alternates is about $1.4 million. And if you were to include those, your cost would be $86.4 million. The 5-year capital improvement plan right now is at $7.6 million, and it includes district-wide renovations, HVAC improvements, mechanical ventilation improvements, new roofs, new windows, that type of thing, district-wide. And again, that's important to include in the stage 2, because without that approved memorandum of agreement, you don't get reimbursement on your capital improvement expenditures. And again, as they're packaged with the different bonus incentives, you could be looking at probably a minimum of 40% or up to 50% on some of these capital improvement projects as well. Some costs that RIDE deems ineligible, but would still be required to complete the project. The upgrades within the road, Curtis Corner Road, to upgrade the sewer main would not be reimbursable from RIDE because it is off the property, outside the property line. Any upgrades to the central administration, if it's not tied into the school building, are also not reimbursable from RIDE. So that would be the parking for the new central administration and the new septic system, for a total of $555,000. There are some other items that we've priced. They're ineligible discretionary or maybe wants that, depending again how things come in, whether they get rolled into the project or not. That would be the interior renovations of South Road School for district administration, furniture fittings and equipment at the elementary schools, and any renovations to the existing athletic fields, the soccer field, to expand that and resurface the track. I know that's intended to be funded separately, but that would be outside of anything RIDE would reimburse. So you're looking at the comparison of the all-in costs. So with the $85 million bond, the alternates, the 5-year capital improvement plan, and other ineligible costs, the project total would be $94.7 million. With that 50% reimbursement on the eligible items, you're looking at about $48.3 million. Operational savings costs. The project would take approximately 118,000 square feet of school building offline. That's not including the hazard building. And if you did include the hazard building, it would be in addition to that. Looking at approximately $1.1 million annually in operational savings. Other anticipated operational savings would include transportation. That will have to be fully evaluated once redistricting or reallocation of students to the different buildings. But just by combining 2 middle schools, you will be reducing an entire bus loop out of your system. There could be potentially a one-time sales revenue of South Kingstown High School, or annual income if it were rented. In addition, all the new HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems that are proposed at Curtis Corner, Broad Rock, Peaceville, Wakefield, and West Kingston will reduce your energy consumption and thus your operating costs. In addition, just lighting, more efficient lighting, reducing your electrical, working with National Grid to take advantage of as many rebates as possible, incentive programs that you can, replacing outdated plumbing fixtures with less water consuming, more efficient fixtures. Building envelope improvements, any roof project would have to put the new energy code required insulation on your roof, new energy efficient windows. Some schools still have single pane windows in them. All this will go to increase your operational cost savings. Cost to taxpayer, on an average assessed value of a residential home of approximately $350,000, the anticipated increase would be overall approximately $209 per household. And I will let the town talk to that a little bit more. This is the project schedule. As we said, the stage 2 submittal is due to ride February 15th. Typically in May, mid-May, towards the end of May, you'll get a letter from the Department of Education. Once that letter is executed, you then have a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Ed. That starts your 5-year timeline for your capital improvement projects. The design portion of Broad Rock Middle School all the way through construction would be June 2021 through March of 2023, with occupancy in March of 2023. Following that would be the first component of the project, adding the 2 wings, and then breaking through over the summer to connect those wings into the existing building. Following that, Curtis Corner would then be vacant, allowing the contractor to have complete access of the lower portion of that site, still maintaining public access to the athletic facilities, but allowing them to have full access will again increase the schedule. They're not having to phase or work around students. The renovations at Curtis Corner are proposed for September 2021 through July 2024. The elementary school buildings can actually, the educational enhancements to the elementary school buildings can occur at any time. We do have them slated for September 21 through August of 2022. But again, that's flexible. That can be done probably over the summer or be phased in. And that's all I have. I know you have public comment on the agenda, so I don't know if you want to wait for that or I can take any questions now.
I think now would be a good time if anybody on the council or the school committee has questions for RGB. One question that occurs to me, Tracy, you said there's like $1.5 million of alternate that's eligible under the guidelines. So that would be up to 50% reimbursement. Is that right?
The alternates, yeah, so RIDE would reimburse whatever you put your application amount in for. So currently it's at that 85 million bond and the 7.6 for capital expenditures for that 92.6. So as long as you did not exceed that amount, you can revise the scope during stage 3 when you're actually developing the construction documents.
Right.
So as you're getting your cost estimates, or as you're doing construction, if something's coming in hopefully lower, right, for Broad Rock or something like that, and you have additional funds, like at Curtis Corner, you could pick up some of these alternates, and yes, they would be reimbursed at 50%.
So I guess my next question might be for Linda. So if we don't do those $1.5 million of alternates now, and we, I assume at some point you do want to make those improvements, like down the line, what type of reimbursement could you expect for those improvements?
Tracy could probably, this is Linda, Tracy could probably help us a little bit, but some of them, and please, Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, some of them do need to be done with other things. So for example, furniture in and of itself would not be eligible for the same kind of reimbursement as if it's done with a larger project having an impact on the space. Is that correct? And furniture is included as an alternate.
That is correct. Right, will only reimburse for furniture if it's new construction or if it's a renovation that converts the space to like new condition. They'll consider that eligible. Again, you have some flexibility with your 5-year capital improvement plan. As long as you don't exceed that 7.6, say things come in a little bit lower, you could again pick up scope in another building and still at that same reimbursement rate. There's a lot of flexibility and there'll be a lot of give and take and further development during stage 3 and stage 4 of the project.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bergner.
Yeah, if we could go back to the slide, a couple slides back with the alternates that you had listed, that'd be helpful. We haven't seen this until right now, so it's hard to hold on to all the questions. But so the bathrooms got added in, which is a good thing. But that I thought was about $3 million. So what came out to allow you to do that?
So what came out was renovation scope in other areas. So as I had mentioned, right now, the science rooms are not in the $85 million bond scope. There's some renovation square footage in between the old cafeteria and the old gym. That was the CNA space, some of your health classrooms. There are rooms there that can be utilized, but the reconfiguration of those rooms is not in the budget right now. So as some square footage went in, other square footage came out.
Right. So it's my understanding of the CTEs are pretty critical. So are they now excluded? And is it my understanding that the science labs are also excluded?
The science labs are excluded right now. The intent is to use some of the PAYGO funding to capture that scope back into the project.
Okay, so that, I think that is it's sort of concerning to me because I think that's really important that it's science and CTEs that are important to parents of high school students. So that concerns that's out.
Yep, the large CTE spaces, which are going to go into the old gymnasium, that is still in the project. It was only a couple of the CTE spaces which could potentially occur in a general classroom that are not out. So they'll still be offered as CTE programs. It's just not a reconfigured space.
Okay.
Okay.
And you mentioned the classrooms. There are many classrooms that won't be touched at all in terms of furniture or any upgrades. So the classrooms that the kids are in right now, those will look exactly the same, essentially the same.
Predominantly the classrooms that were in the 1995 edition, which is towards the back, facing out towards the fields.
Yeah.
The majority of those classrooms will not be reconfigured and would not be touched as part of this project, with the exception of the fire suppression system, HVAC, that type of stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll let someone else go. I'm sure I'll come back. It's just very challenging because you can't see all the people in Zoom, so I don't want to take time if someone else wants to go, but I'll have some more questions.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Michelle, you're next.
So, like Councilwoman Bergner, I have a few questions, so let me start with a couple of them. So on the slide that lists the operational cost savings, I find it difficult to wrap my head around it without some numbers on there, but I guess this question is for Ms. Savastano. So the second item on that slide says anticipated transportation costs by combining two middle schools, eliminating an entire bus loop. The second part of that statement is troubling to me. Additional savings may be incurred by eliminating bus travel to transport students from the existing high school to Curtis Corner. It's my understanding that students don't get transported to Curtis Corner. They don't get transported to the pool at URI. They get their own transportation to the field for practices. I'm not sure what happens if it's a actual game, match, meet, what have you. Can you please address that?
We do provide transportation for events, for sporting events. And we know that if the school is located where the events are taking place, that you would not have transportation. So for teams like your football team, soccer teams, they would be playing where the school is located. That this again doesn't have hard numbers on it and will continue to be analyzed, but is something that we should look at.
But
I believe that was the intent for this.
But students do not get transported. Like, I mean, the way I recall it when I was teaching high school and when my own children were in high school, there's practice like every day of the week, and students do not get transported for practice. They only get transported for games or matches or whatever the sport happens to be. They have to get their own transportation for the regular daily, if it's daily practice. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That's my understanding as well, although transportation for games and even, for example, for a band to have their instruments brought to a field to play for a sporting event, since I've been here a short time, has been something that can be a challenge for us. So there are some benefits, there are some savings, and some areas that we need to continue to ask and research. But yes, that's my understanding too for practices.
Okay. I have more questions, but I have to digest what I have here before I can ask them. So I'll let someone else ask questions and I'll come back.
Thank you, Michelle. Rory, you have your hand up.
Hi, Tracy, can you provide some more detail as to how you got that $1.18 million figure as it relates to operational cost savings for consolidating buildings?
Sure. So we worked with the school department. I know that there's another item on the agenda for that. I think that will have a little bit more detail in it. This was just a summary of that for now.
Okay, so are you not able to describe what makes up that figure at this time?
So I can tell you that we looked at a lot of the utility, from the architecture point, we looked at a lot of the utility costs. So just by taking that 118,000 square feet offline, just your heating cost, your electric cost, that type of thing. Also maintenance of antiquated equipment, that there is backup for all of that. and it will be provided in the next portion of the agenda.
Okay, so just looking at this slide, it appears, as you just iterated, that the 1.189 million relates to utilities itself. So this should be the minimum that we should expect to experience in cost savings if we move forward with this project. Is that correct?
The way we did it was pretty conservative, so you could expect more, I would think, because it's based on utility cost per square foot, based on what you're paying now. So once we do put in all new systems, new envelope improvements, increased insulation, you could, and we don't know until we get the systems that are actually, chosen, look at the specs for the fans and all that kind of stuff, what it's going to be. There'll be a very deep dive in stage 3 of that. Yes, there could be additional savings on top of that.
Okay, so typically when new buildings are built, the most obvious areas where we would expect savings are utilities and maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these other areas on the slide here, these are somewhat speculative. I see one here is the sale of Columbia Street. We're not even aware if we have a buyer at this point or not. So I'm just trying to make sense of all these listed items here. The only one we could really count on as credible is this 1.189. Would you agree with that?
Right, that's why there's no cost identified. You could potentially have a one-time sales revenue generated by the sale of the Columbia Street High School. It could be rented, it could be annual savings. We don't know that. So that's why there's no cost, and it is just a bullet point at this time.
Okay, I also want to ask you about this $209 increase in annual taxes on an annual assessment of $350,000.
Mm-hmm.
Is that on a per annual, or is that a one-time first year? Is this in perpetuity, an increase of 209 every year? Can you explain that a little further?
I could let the town, either Zach or Rob, explain that for you.
Yeah, that's every year. That's
Every year.
a one-time.
$209 increase every year in perpetuity?
209, if you use the base for this year, let's assume that the tax increase were to kick in next year, it would be $209 next year, and that's same 209 for 20 years. It would not go 209 plus 209 plus 209. It's 209 flat for 20 years.
So 209 first year increase, then flatten out.
Well, 209 in the first year, and that same 209 every year thereafter. You're stepping up by 209. Just once, you're stepping up.
Okay, let me ask that again. An increase of $209 the first year. The second year, there's not an increase of 209.
No additional increase above that increased plateau. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Melissa Boyd.
Thank you. I'll keep my questions brief because I've already mentioned some concerns, but some of the information that we're seeing in the revision is slightly new this evening. So I do want to go back to some of the points that were made. Specifically, I'm wondering if someone can answer, looking at the classrooms that are not potentially being touched in this renovation of the potential new high school area. And can you give this body and our community a sense of how many of those classrooms are not going to be touched at all in this current plan? And does that include now the CTE and nursing and science labs not being included as well?
So as I mentioned, the intent was for the science labs and some of the, if you can see, this area here is the additional scope that would not be renovated, but the intent is to use that PAYGO money to complete the renovations here and here for the science labs. The classrooms that essentially would not be touched would be these light blue ones that are in the 1995 edition. They were or are considered right now the better classrooms of that Curtis Corner School. They're in good shape and they would stay in their same configuration. None of the walls or the door would be relocated. So that's part of that alternate to upgrade that, the finishes and the furniture in those wings, should the budget allow.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Berner's question got to that more specifically, but just wanted to ensure that the community is hearing those points. And also specifically, I know there were some updates made regarding in terms of the educational vision and the aspect of our teachers in these proposed spaces. We're hearing that these spaces will all be shared. Do we have any clarification on that and the number of classrooms changing and what that means to our teaching staff?
I think that's a question more for Linda to answer on that.
Could you just clarify that? Do you mean as far as sharing a classroom space?
Yes, I had seen that in the updated FAQs regarding will classroom spaces be shared, and it indicated that all would be, and I didn't know if that was just for the scope of this project at the high school or all of the revision spaces, if that was a goal in future for cost savings, for effectiveness, if that was a new conversation, considering in general, our cost savings for a project like this will be indicated by a reduced enrollment, less personnel overall, and that's been indicated recently. But if this project were to go through, are we also looking at cost savings by consolidating teaching spaces?
Yeah, I shouldn't date myself. I started teaching 30 years ago at a high school. I taught for 10 years and I always shared my space. So I don't think I do think it's common for folks to share classrooms. There is a level of efficiency with that. We are building the space. We are required based upon our enrollment projections for the size of the building to reflect what those enrollment projections are. We do happen to have a lot of square footage available to us today at our high school, so we are able to have folks spread out. That's not always common for folks to be able to spread out like that. With that said, while I think folks do like to spread out, have their own space, there is also a lot of benefit from working together and collaborating. So I enjoyed sharing a room. I think it's not that you are together bumping over each other. If you have proper professional learning space available for teachers, a place for them to work collaboratively as a team, spread out, take their professional, personal planning time out of a classroom, and that's a bit with their resources at their fingertips, it can be powerful. I know as schools are redesigned, for example, East Providence, Barrington Middle, we went out, some of us went on a tour there. They do have those shared collaborative spaces there to offset the fact that they don't all have their own individual space. With that
I
said,
certainly recognize that and in the value of co-teaching, but also this was new information. And as I look at some of the discipline science spaces, my own experience with those who teach in that arena, it was a new discussion piece. So I want to leave that open for community comment or other experts in that arena to comment, but wanted to bring that forward as well. And we'll give some other time for others to ask questions. Thank you.
Sarah Markey.
First, I just want to check, Linda, were you done with what you were explaining about Melissa's question?
I would just share that we know that with the decrease in enrollment, we would ultimately have a decrease in staff. And so I think sometimes we're doing the math by taking the existing staff and placing it into this building. And it's maybe the elephant in the room that if there is a decrease in enrollment, that you most likely would, of course, have a decrease in staff to align with that, if that makes sense.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't think you got to finish. I just had two quick questions. One, I was thinking about the operational cost savings to follow up on what Rory asked. And I appreciate that we've been conservative in identifying actual amounts. But I wanted to check an assumption I had, because when I do planning for like a big project or for an organization, as we move forward throughout the year, things like operational savings change from a topic or an area of savings to exact amounts. But again, I wanted to check my assumption that that will also be the case here as we move forward through the planning process. Those areas of potential savings will start to identify exact amounts that will be public and transparent and shared. And that was my first question. My second question was, I was just curious, for the tax investment from homeowners in town for the school upgrades, is there data about sort of comparatively to other towns and other facility upgrades projects where that fits in as our increase in the tax investment? Just because I'm curious about wanting to sort of have some comparison data, and I don't know if that exists or not. So I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
I can answer the first portion of that question, and it's absolutely, as things develop more and you get more refined continuously throughout the project, you're going to continue to assess your operational savings and your budgets, certainly.
And I will add to that and say that our conversations with the school administration have recognized the fact that we cannot predict absolute cost savings or expenses 5 years out. What we are trying to do, though, as we go forward, is make sure that if we realize cost savings because of change in the configuration of the buildings, and we realize savings because of changes in personnel as the student population declines, that those don't simply roll over into wants, that we're carefully aligning the total community need with the total budget available from taxpayers. We shouldn't be looking for an increase on taxes if we can find savings that can reduce the tax burden. So it is a question of sort of analyzing this from year to year, but we also know that we're about to make a substantial change in our inventory that will change the available funds, because we're shifting things away from inefficient heating systems, for example, and those monies need to be put back in the kitty so that they can be used for the most pressing community needs. It would be nice to be able to roll over savings that we realize in the Public Works Department for Public Works only. It goes back into the general revenue, and if there's a greater need somewhere else, those monies go to that other need. And we need to consider these savings in light of that sort of logic.
Rob, do you know the answer? Sorry, my cell phone is going off, but do you know the answer to my second question? Because I'm just thinking about how I can sort of compare South Kingstown property taxes across Rhode Island, across the country. Is there anything similar we can sink our teeth into about like school or facility upgrades?
Yep. Well, yes, we know that we compare favorably to other Rhode Island communities in terms of the total property tax rate. Our property tax rate currently at $14.45 is 8th or 9th lowest in the state of Rhode Island. Our property tax rate compared to our sister jurisdictions immediately around us isn't quite as favorable. Narragansett's lower rate at about $9.75 roughly per $1,000 of value on a property. That having been said, we have other metrics that show that South Kingstown does well. For example, the tax levy per capita is better here than it is in other jurisdictions, even in our neighborhood, Narragansett and Charlestown included. So our property tax rate is low in South Kingstown. That doesn't mean that an increase, a sudden shock, a $209 increase isn't going to have an impact. It will have an impact, and big projects like this make a difference. If we weren't doing a school project and taxes went up next year by $209, we'd know about it. People would be upset. So really it comes down to, is that increase buying something that the community thinks is worth that price? It's not a question of whether or not the tax increase is going to be devastating to the finances of the community. It will not. And it's not a question of whether a $209 increase is going to sort of tip some magic scale where everybody leaves South Kingstown. It's probably not going to do that either. It's a question about whether or not the project is one that people think is worth the money they're being asked to put in.
All right, thanks. Kate Massananti.
So I may delay my question here till, if I understood correctly, there's going to be a second part of this conversation that breaks down the operational savings. Is that correct? 'Cause my question revolves around like HVAC and the cost and how we are estimating that. Is there another? I don't want to bog up this conversation with that if we're going to talk about it again.
This is Linda. I do have an analysis of different components of places that we would see cost savings.
Okay. All right. So I'll hold my question until that point. But I did want to suggest, we're talking about property taxes. So the $209. I'm speaking right now as a community member. My taxes have gone up significantly. I've lived in this particular house that I'm at right now for 12 years. And when I bought my house till now, my taxes have increased by $1,000. So $209, while siloed, does not sound like a lot to some people. It is when you put it on top of our already existing increases that we've experienced. And so I'm just want to make sure that we say that out loud so that we're not poo-pooing $209. Because if we are also continuing to ask for more for our school for operational budget, it's $209 plus whatever else we ask. So I just want to make sure that that's kind of acknowledged.
So
we keep harping about the 209, but it's not in a silo.
Kate, I think that's a really important point, and it actually raises two issues that I wanted to get to tonight. The value of a property at $350 has been the number we've used in the past. This year, we actually ran that number against $400,000 because values of real estate in South Kingstown are appreciating at a very fast clip, about 8%, 9% per year. So values are going up quite steeply for the last several years. That 209 is actually, the slide says 350. That's actually calculated on a $400,000 value, not a 350. That is one thing. And the other point you make is exactly correct. The 209 is that portion of the tax increase that is attributable to debt service associated with this project. There will be drivers that put taxes above that 209. Your tax bill isn't going to go up in this year in all likelihood only by $209. There are also other demands. For example, we're seeing increased demands on public housing. We're seeing increasing demand for contributions in EMS. We have contemplated the construction or a portion of the construction of a station in the southern part of town for EMS. There are other expenses that are going to drive the property tax rate. 209 is only that portion of the property tax increase that can be tied to the debt service associated with this project.
All right. I see Michelle Brousseau.
So if I could kind of pick up on Ms. Boyd's question about the shared spaces. Ms. Savastano, are the high school teachers aware of the potential for shared classroom space?
Tracy we have worked with the department chairs, with the principal. Chip we've done presentations. I'm not sure how far folks have unpacked this all. I would imagine they are. With that said, again, this is a concept. This is not a final plan. You actually go through the plan work at stage 3. So what we are looking at right now is a concept. That's what stage 2 is. So there are changes that can be made, different priorities that we've actually dug very detailed into our stage 2, and that's great. Hopefully will make for a lighter lift on our stage 3. But as we unpack and have a conversation and do the numbers and understand what the staffing is and what the student enrollment is and what the needs are, we'll refine it.
So, I mean, just speaking from experience, I spent 32 years in an environment where there were shared classrooms, and it was not a loved concept. To my knowledge, and my own children graduated from South Kingstown over 15 years ago. And even back then, when enrollment was really high, I think my daughter's class, which was class of 2004, might have been one of the biggest graduating classes. To my recollection, the high school teachers were not sharing teaching space. At that point, even at that high enrollment, I could be wrong on that, but I would make a suggestion that if that's one of the visions for this project, that some explicit communication with the faculty at the high school be made, because certainly after we move out of stage 2 into stage 3, we can't manufacture more classrooms to accommodate more people. So that's a huge concern of mine right now. It may seem small, but if you're not a public school teacher, you don't understand the significance of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Fish. Hand is raised.
I wanted to shift a little bit away from the budget cost finance for a minute and get back to Michelle was talking a little bit more about the vision and the education for our students, because I feel like our role as the school committee is to always have the guiding principle of, student achievement and success and doing what's best for them. I think it would be a mistake to really focus on the part of the school that's not changing and those classrooms that quite honestly don't really need to be changed. We have a large part of the school that is changing and that we're adding. And so I think it's important to realize just because those classrooms may not be changing, the educational impact it's going to have on students, which is what we should be thinking about, is not going to be huge. We are going to have a lot of other spaces that are going to be used outside of the classroom, which is part of what this visioning and plan is for more teamwork, more collaboration. And we're not just thinking about what was or what is. Our job is to think about what is going to be and what we want for our kids in the future and how they're going to be learning. So although those few classrooms may not be changing, a lot is going to be changing. And so if a student is in one of those rooms for a class, a couple of classes, I think it would be a mistake to portray to the community that that's going to have a significant impact on a child's experience in this new high school, even though it's not all new and some of it is renovated. Because I think a lot of the goals that we have for our students and the goals and the vision that we have for this high school are different than what we have going on right now. And I think that that's really important to remember when we're going forward with this project. It is thinking about the future and thinking about why we're doing this in the first place for kids. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Emily Comiskey.
Hi. So I was hoping that maybe Tracy or Linda, one or the other, could just speak a little bit to the pay-go and what that means, because from the way that I understand it, when things are taken out of the $85 million bond, that doesn't mean that they're not projects that are going to be completed, but that they're, as Tracy was speaking to, they're going to be completed with pay-go money. And that was part of the overall project cost that was explained in the beginning of this presentation. But I'm wondering if maybe there's a little bit of confusion about what that means and why things would be taken in and out of the actual bond, but still be included in the overall project. So I think that it might be helpful if that's just explained a little bit further, and also what reimbursements look like for things that are outside of the bond, why we're putting it in our stage 2 as part of the project. If you could just speak to that a bit, Tracy, I think that, or Linda, whoever wants to take that on, I think that might be helpful for everybody that is here at the table, and also for those that are listening at home.
Sure. So part of your reimbursement, RIDE offers in what they call pay-go funds. So typically the way the RIDE reimbursement works is you have to complete your project. And upon completion, you put in an application to get your reimbursement back. Pay-go, they came up with a few years ago, and it's like the name says, as soon as you incur cost, you can put in a slip and get reimbursement for that. And it's based on a percentage of, I think it's 15% of your anticipated reimbursement they give you in upfund. It's almost like a cash advance on your reimbursement. So you don't have to wait several years to complete your project in order to recapture some of that. So as soon as the district starts to incur costs, it can even be for a soft cost. You can start to recap on that, get your reimbursement. And the intent is to, what I heard the intent was, is to reinvest that pay-go money back into the renovation portion of Curtis Corner to achieve a higher percentage of renovation. So things that may be out of the $85 million bond scope, like the science classrooms and some of the classrooms that were in the old administration area, would then be renovated as part of the project, but not be part of that $85 million portion.
I think
I'm
that's
not sure if that's fair.
I think that's just such an important point for people to understand, that just because something is moving in or out of the bond, it doesn't mean that it's not being addressed and or that we're not being reimbursed for it, because it's just simply not accurate. The other thing that I did want to just speak to is that the $209. I don't think at any time ever in this discussion of this project, anyone has minimized any dollar amount of tax increase. There's certainly a burden that's going to be associated with every single dollar. But where that being said, where we are, we have a decision to make, and it is, do we want to fix our buildings, and do we want to modernize our buildings to provide our community's kids, our community kids, with the absolute best and most modern day educational experience possible? And that's really what it comes down to. And we have to fix our buildings if we want to continue on with with schooling kids. They need to be fixed, and we can do it with or without a 50% reimbursement. And that's where we are right now. That's the decision that we have to make. Every single dollar that taxes increase are going to affect people that live in town. That's, I don't think that fact should be minimized, because that's a fact, right? Whenever your taxes go up, everybody has to then make decisions and has to make choices. But our buildings, that being said, haven't been maintained and have to be modernized. So I think it's important to recognize that we're lucky that we live in a community that supports education, and that we're lucky that we have this opportunity to submit and receive 50% reimbursement in order to fix our buildings. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Bergner.
Thank you. So several councils ago, with this project really began, with the Jacobs report, and the council was really trying to guide the schools to be mindful of declining enrollment, looking at the buildings, and the project really began, this tiny little history walk here, to look at those sort of changes. So they embarked on this facility study, and then at the same time, or a little bit later, the bonds came up, the school improvement bonds came up in 2018. The original plan that was adopted by a prior school committee paid for itself. So it is very hard to think here we are now with a plan that's going to cost the average price home $400,209. For everyone else who's listening, if your house isn't assessed at $400,000, you're either going to pay more or less than that. Your annual payment will either be more or less than $209. So I just needed to kind of put that out there, that we did have another plan that paid for itself through operational savings. And so we have a very different plan on the table. To me, it still looks like it's a half a project for a lot of money. It's 85 million plus a 7.5 capital improvement. Plus I'm looking at other things on this must-do list that we need to do. And then we have the wants, which is what the community would want us to do, which are these athletic improvements. This is where people might have stars in their eyes about changing the campus, but that's not even part of the 85 or the 7.5 or the half that I'm looking at right here. So I just want the community to understand we've gone far away from something that was tax neutral to something taxing. And then to remind everyone here, we're in the middle of a pandemic where people's economics have not reached equilibrium. And that may be 2 years or more away. What the new normal looks like for jobs, what the new normal looks like for education, we don't know yet. So I'm going to say all of that, and then I have a few questions. So like I said, it feels like half a project. We're doing half of that for really the maximum ask of our community. And I'm trying to figure out if it's a good bang for the buck for the community. So first is, what's the total cost of this project? So what are we have to spend, we must do, all of that together? I feel like it's way over 95 million.
I guess I can answer that. So that 85 million would include the additions at Broad Rock. That would be the first thing you have to do to consolidate the 2 middle schools and get your 6 through 8 schools. So then you could renovate Curtis Corner to the high school. Mm-hmm. As far as your approved memorandum of agreement from RIDE, they put the cost of the bond and the capital improvements together. So your memorandum of agreement would be that $92.6 million. RIDE's expectation, at a minimum, 50% of that is completed.
Okay, and so my next question is about
Deb, I just want to make sure we're clear, but the $500,000, the 555,000 on the screen right now is not part of that 92.6. So that brings us to 93.1. That is the total that we would be obligated to spend. The 2.7 is not part of that project at this point.
Right, I understand that, but and I appreciate the way it's written as wants. It's we may do this, we would like to do this. I understand, but the community thinks that those soccer fields and all of that is going to happen, and that we have that money in this project. And it just doesn't feel like it's ever moved away from being it's a half a project, and we're putting on, and if you look at the spaces, they're not educational spaces. It is the arcade, the community room, the 1,000-seat auditorium. And it's hard because I guess I come from a value system where we already have that at Columbia Street, but we're going to duplicate it at Curtis Corner. And then because we're not going to renovate the classrooms where the good stuff happens. I mean, my kids all graduated from South Kingstown High School, and the quality of the education and the quality of their experiences comes from quality teachers. It's not the floor or the classroom or anything. It's that personal connection and guidance and leadership from a teacher. So for me, I always am looking at, we already have some of the things at Columbia Street, and that we're just duplicating them, and they don't have anything to do. My child wasn't in the auditorium as much as they were in the classrooms. So to me, that's where I feel like we're neglecting. It still remains half a project, and it still remains so different in terms of cost to the whole community. You know, it's hard. I feel like we're at a Broad Rock 2.0. And once again, ironically, we're going to start at Broad Rock and do it again. And so I'm trying to gather as much information as I can so that I can make a good decision, because we all know, if you've lived here a long time, people regret that we went that way. And so we have to do our due diligence. We have to ask the right questions to make sure we're not duplicating that again. So I just have to, keep trying to understand it in a way that makes sense. So how many homes, when you say would pay $209, qualifier, that's if we get all the reimbursements. And it was said recently that we need to submit to know if we get the 50%. I just want the community to know it's at the end of the project, we'll know, not when this gets accepted. We won't know till we're done. But that was said at a meeting that we needed to just submit it so we would get the 50%. But that's not true. And it's also true. I got an email today, we just received one that said we're going to lose tens of millions of dollars. 15% of 85 is about 14 million. It's not tens of millions. And I worry, and we've heard that the cost overruns could be in a New York minute exceed what we've planned, and we've eaten up all of those incentives and bonuses. So I just want to know how many houses are assessed at 400,000 and how many above. I mean, seems like an easy question.
So let me, while you're talking, look for the answer, because I do have that information.
Okay.
available.
And then to go back, that in September, we wanted to pause and get more information and have more information. I wasn't a we, but the people wanted more information. I don't see the evidence that we've addressed some of the missing things. Is that coming later? Do you think we'll get the answers that were missing in September later tonight?
What answers are you looking for?
I think, I guess the more detailed operational savings. I mean, the stage 2 that I have has just the 71 pages of utility bills and sort of a similar sheet that you showed with, high level costs, but it doesn't really drill down. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I think people are paying attention to the operational savings is because, like I said, the other plan paid for itself. It did address all the areas that seem to be missing here. We heard that there will be some staffing changes. I think that the last plan did have staffing changes, but they were going to happen naturally through attrition, through normal retirements. So it's hard for me, to just hear it might happen, it will happen if such and such. The other one sort of had a more detailed level of this will happen, but it's going to happen naturally. I don't want anyone to lose their job, but I'm just trying to get more specifics, because the community understands at a high level enrollment is declining, but then they also say, but really nothing ever changes. Really nothing ever changes. So the community sort of is also thinking, I think the school budget, what's the school budget going to look in 2 years or 3 years? Last year it was 68 million. Is it going to be 72 million? Is it going to stay flat? I mean, and then I guess my other question would be about the CIP. So a $7.5 million CIP, how does that compare to what we currently have in place? And is that going to impact the annual ask of the school committee? That was like a lot of questions, I'm sorry.
Well, hopefully Rob wrote all those down as he's going and looking for information. In the interim, maybe we can go to our next person who wants to be heard, Sarah Markey.
Hi, I don't want to get into a debate, but I just think, you know, this is a very important platform for governing our town. And I just want to point out that what was just said might not be 100% accurate, right? The plan that was developed in 2017 does not necessarily pay for itself. There, at the time, the district was including one-time savings as operational costs. And so I think it's important as we have this conversation to make sure that, you know, we're being transparent and open with community members that may be watching. And so I don't want people to leave here and think that somehow this is like a debate that we could just like go back to this other plan and that it was essentially a self-sufficient paying for itself plan that's actually highly debatable and not accurate. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Sarah, I think you're right, because the plan also was much smaller in scope. We weren't at 92.5 million. So it could potentially pay for itself. This plan is much larger. It's much more expensive. So you're right that it could be that it didn't pay for itself, but I believe it did pay for itself. It generated a significant operational savings that was documented, but we can put that aside. This plan clearly doesn't pay for itself, and it should try to, or it should work to that goal, because our community doesn't understand the biggest issue of, if enrollment is declining, why are their taxes still going up? Why is there more and more? In becoming efficient, we could fund other programs.
Thanks. Just for a little context from my perspective, having been through all of that process, it's really comparing apples to oranges in some respects. You know, the first iteration of facilities planning happened before the Jacobs report was released, and it was really the town working with the schools to try and find ways to consolidate facilities to save money, you know, operational or capital dollars. And then Jacobs report came out, and the state, you know, unveiled this, you know, $250 million pot of money to encourage school districts around the state to reinvest in their buildings because it'd been, you know, a moratorium on school building for 10 years or more. And a lot of buildings around the state were in really rough shape. So then it sort of became a whole new process where we began to look at, you know, what can we improve in our buildings now that the state has made this money available. And that's when we began to look at Columbia Street. You know, that first stage 1 application was you know, formalized. That was around the same amount of money as this one. So the implications for that first stage 1 application to this stage 1 application and now stage 2 application are very similar. I think that's more of an apples to apples comparison. But the, you know, that first iteration is not, it's not the same really discussion that we're having tonight. So Christy Fish, your hand is raised.
Sorry, no, I was just gonna say, the money is different because the project is different, but it's also, I think, really important to note that it's different for a reason. It's different because RIDE also, from what I know, going back, didn't approve initially certain things, and it was asked for it to be different. So it's not just different on a whim, it's different with intention. It's different to meet the educational needs of our students, and hopefully kids aren't going to be sitting in classrooms for 6 hours in desks. They're going to be, the goal here is flexibility and 21st century learning, which is the vision that was created for this school to, again, bring it back to students. I also think it's important when we're talking about the community, we're talking about all segments of the community. While certain people in the community may not understand and may not approve of this, there is also another segment of the community that does approve of this and does want this for the community and for their students, or even if they don't have students. We can't just keep going back to what people don't want, because there are people in this community that are excited about this and do want this, and we need to make decisions for students that are also driven by facts and data, for sure, but not, our decision as a school committee should not be based on public opinion. It should be based on facts, data, and what's best for kids. Thank you.
If I can just jump in here, for some reason, I don't think I have a raised hand signal, and I've been doing this. If that's okay, Abel?
Yeah, Paula, I just want to make sure to see if you do see it. If you move, I don't know if you have a cursor on your screen. If you move it sort of over the bottom part of your screen, do you see a whole bunch of things like mute, stop video, participants, Q&A? Do you see any of those icons down there at the bottom? And then there's, you know, next to where there's a like little hand, it's like this. But go ahead at this point, Paul. I just want to make sure you're looking in the right place.
Okay, thank you. This goes back to the $209. My understanding, I think I heard Rob say, is that that increase will happen from other items in the community, in the town as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. So if I understood that correctly, and people are saying, you know, it's about declining student enrollment. Well, we live in a town where we are supposed to be increasing affordable housing. With that affordable housing, you will keep young people in this town that have young children with the potential to increase our student enrollment going forward. If we don't have the housing for them to live in, then they can't stay here. So the student enrollment will never go up. It will go down, because with their young children, they're taking their older children and they're moving out of the town where they can find affordable housing. And the other thing, my other concern is, you know, we are meeting our students where they're at. Today, there's social emotional, it's very defined. I feel like having a place where you're walking in and you're excited to be there can do a lot for your social emotional. Also, just everybody learns different. Some kids don't want to be in a classroom sitting up at a desk. They may want to be in a relaxed area, perhaps in the media room where they can sit on something that's soft and comfy and read their book for to study for a test or whatever. You know, at the end of the day, I think what we're forgetting here is this is about our students. and giving them the space they need to learn. Thank you.
So I will just take the opportunity to comment on your question about the additional tax increase. Just as sort of a benchmark, typically inflation runs at about 2%, although right now inflation is running closer to about 1.9%. The tax increase associated with a 2% inflationary change in the basket of goods and services that government provides results in a $115 tax increase on a house valued at $400,000 in South Kingstown. So just inflation will add $115 to a house in a typical year. Right now, inflation is low, so this year we should be able to do better than that. But the 209 is in addition to the inflationary costs that just rack up every single year. There's just nothing you can do about inflation. It will, it will erode services over time if you don't keep up with inflation. So the increase in the year where we expect $209 for this project will actually be a property tax increase in all likelihood, unless we can hold everything else at bay, closer to $300. Deb, sorry, I do have an analysis of the distribution of housing. I cannot find it on my laptop. I can say this though, just so you have a general sense. Our median and our mean are not radically different. So our mean should result in about half of the houses being less than $400,000 in value, and half being just more than that. And the distribution is really sort of funny. We're grouped at the low end, actually. There's a nice bulge in the middle. Actually, I'm trying to remember the graph. It's actually a bimodal distribution. We have more houses at the lower end and more houses at the upper end. It's a funny distribution with a very long tail along the beach.
Mm-hmm. So are there 10,000 households that we tax? Are there 12,000?
There are 10,000
okay.
that we tax. So about half of that number will be above and half below.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a gauge. I'll get you the analysis as soon as I can find it.
Yeah. I mean, to the members of the school committee who would wonder how I feel, I do believe that we do need to upgrade the schools. I've said this before. I just feel like this is the wrong project. I keep looking at and seeing what's been left out, and that's where what's left out, and then also what it costs. It's going to cost something to our whole community, and it's still not going to give us the bang for the buck for our kids. This is a different project than what was in 2018, but in 2018 we did a whole heck of a lot more for the elementary schools. And so and with some consolidation, there was a lot of savings. So we've moved in a completely different direction, and from something that isn't going to have a 20-year mortgage payment on our community to something that is. And 209 is really the best it's going to be, because that's assuming you hit all the bonuses and you make the 50%. So it could be not. It could be. I don't know. I mean, I feel like 209 is the minimum that it's going to cost the community, because there's not a lot of identified savings that I see.
Right. Emily, is your hand up from before, or is it?
Yes. Well, it's been up for a while, not from before, but thank you. So a few clarifying points. Number one, as Christy alluded to, the old plan that keeps being brought up was not supported by RIDE. And that's really important and factual information that the community needs to be aware of. The old plan was not supported by RIDE. And RIDE is the body that is responsible for deciding whether they want to reimburse us for 50% of this project. So I think we need to take into consideration, number one, what South Kingstown wants and what South Kingstown supports, but we also have to, on the other hand, take into consideration what RIDE wants and what RIDE supports, and what South Kingstown seems to want is operational savings. What RIDE wants is for us to fix our broken buildings and for us to create spaces that support modern day learning. I think that we need to also think about the fact that closing Wakefield Elementary School, which is in the old plan, took 24,000 square feet of building space offline. This plan is taking well over 100,000 square feet of building space offline. If I had to, and another thing about the closing an elementary school is it's a one-time savings, as Sarah alluded to. That's a point that needs to be understood, because it's being framed, it sounds like tonight, by that it's being framed tonight as if that was an ongoing savings on an annual basis, and that's simply not true. This is an expensive plan. It's an expensive investment. I said it before and I'll say it again, because I am not belittling the cost of this plan in the least. But this is a very different plan. This is a plan that RIDE officials have said that they support, because it does support the vision of bringing education into modern day times. Operational savings are absolutely essential. It's an essential part of the conversation as a school committee member, because the more efficiencies that we gain, the more operational savings that we gain, the more money that we will have to go to programming. It's as simple as that. If we don't reap enough operational savings and we don't gain enough efficiencies through things like redistricting, reconfiguring grades, consolidation, then you absolutely cannot continue to deliver a top-notch program. So I just feel like we probably agree on more than we disagree on here, but it sounds like there are maybe some misunderstandings or some misinformation. And if anybody wants to clarify some of what I've said, maybe Linda or RGB, feel free to, but I mean, I would think that the goal of the superintendent would be to gain as much efficiency as possible so that educational programming could be maintained and made better. The efficiencies that are being gained by by looking at this plan are more than, although we don't have every single number, we also didn't have every single number with the old plan either, because it wasn't all vetted out to stage 3 with the old plan. So just using simple math, if you're taking 24,000 square foot of building space that needs to be taken care of, updated, roofs, etc., or you're taking 100 and something square feet off, 1,000 square feet off, I don't think it's accurate to say that one was going to save more than another at this time. It's just simply not accurate.
Emily, but also in the other plan was the closing of Curtis Corner. So I can't pull up the exact square footage, but Curtis Corner and Wakefield could have closed. So it's more than 24,000, right?
No, but if you closed Wakefield School, you had to put $25 million worth of additions onto 3 other schools. So by not closing an elementary school, we are eliminating the need to put $25 million of additions onto other schools, because we're using the space that we already have. So nothing enormous was going into those elementary schools. The classrooms weren't going to become Disney World. That it's simply misinformation. The money that is not going into elementary schools is going to be able to go into our high school in order to make our high school top notch. The elementary schools are not losing anything. We're simply not putting additions on while closing existing space. So that's really where we are.
So Emily, So the staff that if you close Wakefield just for staffing purposes, it would be the nurse, the principal. You would be ongoing savings because you would reduce
No,
staff.
but Deb, you're not hearing what has been said about, and was said tonight about that when 5th grade comes back to the elementary schools, you've got 4 buildings and you've got pre-K through 5th grade. And that information needs to be looked at the enrollment that's projected for that time, and that based on a projected enrollment, if there was a declining enrollment, that you will have staff savings. We also don't have any idea what it's going to look like in terms of what grades are in what buildings at this point in time, because it's way too early in the game to project that or to even discuss that.
Right.
So there are ongoing savings associated with this as well. And I just simply think it's not fair to the community to be sharing information that's not accurate when people are trying to make an informed decision here.
Emily, I don't think I'm sharing misinformation. So thanks for trying to allude to that. But I'm gonna go back and tell you that I think that at this point the enrollment has continued to decline in the last 3 years. So again, the community understands at a high level the enrollment goes down, but we still have all of these schools. So we need to do a good job about being efficient with the money that our community is giving us and generously supporting us all of these years. That's all.
All right. As I mentioned before, it's really inappropriate to compare that first iteration, which really didn't have the involvement of RIDE, and these 2 further projects that have trying to make use of the newer and fewer dollars and all the state bonding money and the 50% reimbursement. The first iteration was something that the town was looking at on its own, try and save money. And the plans were never that fully developed, certainly not as fully developed as the plans that we're looking at tonight. Emily remembers correctly that, it wasn't even determined whether there would need to be additions put on, how much that was going to cost. Those types of cost savings had not been determined back at that point. And so it's really not an appropriate comparison at this point. I don't think that's the discussion that's before us. We're looking at this stage 2 application for RIDE reimbursement of 50%. And this is for improvements to our school facilities. That previous plan was not about improving our school facilities. It was only about saving taxpayer dollars. It's a different discussion. Rory, your hand is up.
Hi, Tracy. This may or may not be the last time that we meet with you. Certainly there's been an erosion of public trust by continuing to work with you, considering that a principal of your firm who was involved in this project is under federal indictment. Can you address those concerns to us and as well as to the public who's watching?
Certainly. We have all the faith in the justice system that this will be something that gets exonerated, I guess. But until then, we have, Dave has resigned as president of RGB, effective immediately at that time. There are still 4 principals here that have always been on this road and continue to go with these projects. We've always been a horizontal firm. It's not a vertical firm. So there is literally no effect to the performance that's provided to our clients. As you can see, I've been on this project for over 3 years. I'm still here. We still have the commitment to our clients, particularly South Kingstown schools. Does that answer your question? Or
We appreciate it, Tracy.
okay.
So obviously, after the stage 2 submittal, the town and the school committee will consider which route to continue, to whether to continue to work with you or go in a different direction. Can you sort of address why we should continue to work with you and have confidence in the work that you do? Obviously, considering the negative legal ramifications surrounding your firm.
Well, I don't think there's anything surrounding this firm. As mentioned, it was personal against a former principal at this firm. There was nothing that indicated RGB. And as I mentioned, we have all the faith in the system that everything will come out. I don't have all the details, certainly nothing, everything that's published in the paper is also not factual sometimes or is twisted. So we, as mentioned, we have all the faith in that. RGB is a stable company. We've been around for just under 85 years, I believe. I've been at this firm 26 years, so it's a stable company. The commitment that you receive would be the same commitment going forward. I would just say RGB has all the background. We know the in and outs of all the buildings. I've been in all the spaces of all the buildings. I've been under the loading dock, in the boiler room and that type of thing. So we've developed these drawings to the schematic design level that RIDE requests. So there would definitely be efficiency going forward.
Thank you.
Christy Fish.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just want to say, I think it's really important for us to stay focused and objective. Deb, this is not an attack on you at all, but I think saying things like the other plan was a better bang for our buck, our community needs to see that, that's a subjective statement. We're comparing two completely different projects, and I just think it's unfair to say something like that for people that are listening in when we're not comparing the same thing. They're two different things. I know you're doing your job and trying to make the best decision for the community. And as a school committee member, I'm trying to do my job and continue to see through the lens of doing what's best for kids. But saying a better bang for your buck with two totally different projects just feels like a subjective statement. Not necessarily fake, we're not comparing the same facts and data. So I just think it's important, again, for us to stay focused. We still haven't even heard from Rob and what he needs to say about this. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thanks, Christy. That is a good point. We have plenty of time for discussion tonight, and there's more presentation to come. So if there are particular questions, maybe of RGB about this stage 2 application that was, the subject of these slides, we can get back to that. Christy, I'm assuming your hand is just up from before. Any final questions on RGB? That brings us to item 3 on the agenda, presentation of operational cost impacts of proposed school facilities projects.
So I believe, this is Linda, I believe I'm up next. And I'll do whatever we want to do for screen sharing. Rob, is there a preference?
Let me see if we can get you the ability to do that.
Thank you. Also, I'll just share that there actually what I'm going to share with you is a lot of people have helped. So Tracy has helped, and Sam is here tonight also and has been a great help. So I'm happy to have them share along the way.
Susan, I do not seem to be a co-host at this point. Can you add Linda to share?
You actually are a co-host, Rob.
I'm not seeing the permission to do this, so.
And I have allowed Linda to multi-pin. Linda, can you try and see if you can screen share? Because I thought that's how
It
no,
continues
RGB
to
was a
say host,
co-host.
host
Yep.
disabled participant screen sharing.
I wonder if we have too many co-hosts. Let's see.
So the alternative is for me to simply pull up the slide deck, and I'm happy to do that if I can find it. Hold on.
If RGB is done sharing the screen there, Tracy, that is, maybe we could give those privileges.
Sorry, I did hit unshare, so I don't think you're seeing my screen anymore.
We're not. Thank you, Tracy.
Yep.
So Linda, I have the slide deck as a PDF. I can
That's fine.
PDF.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
All right. Where did it go? Very frustrating. Sorry, folks. Okay, let's try this.
It does now show Linda as a co-host. I don't know.
Well, I can share my screen, Rob.
Yeah,
I
that's
see it
better.
now.
I'm having trouble doing it. Crazy.
Okay,
Good.
Perfect.
thank you very much. Are you able to see? It should say our purpose. Christy, could you nod your head? I can see you right now. Are you?
Yes, Linda, we
Thank
can
you.
see that.
Thank you very much. I just like to check before I kind of go off. So tonight I'm just going to share, I know that there was a piece on the agenda asking about considering our operational costs. And I know that we've already received a lot of information, and I'm going to give a little bit of background to some additional information. I'm sure your questions will
And
continue.
sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know, is it foggy for everybody else or is it just me? It just sounds like there's static.
Me, my sound,
very
or my
staticky.
Yeah, Linda was breaking up a little bit.
I just didn't want you to go on with it being staticky.
I'm not. So do I sound muffled now?
Now it's better.
No. All right, so I'm going to try to reshare my screen. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate it. Are you able to hear me?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know. Okay. So tonight I am just going to step through some analysis. I know I talk fast. Well, I'm happy to take questions at the end. I'll also share questions, of course, with others who will hopefully be able to help support. Again, Tracy, Sam, Raquel have helped us. But first, I am going to bring us back. I know that we have said this many times tonight. I know that our purpose for this is grounded in our work around equity, environmental stewardship, and our excellence in our educational programming. Ultimately, we know that we are here for the kids. That's what we're here for. And if we don't do that, at least for a few moments, it just doesn't seem right to me. I also want to recognize, because the purpose of this is a conversation around cost. I'm not going to pretend to know what happened historically. I'd be a fool. But I will share the commitment we have, and one of our goals that we lean on as we build our budget, and we are in the middle of budget season right now. So this is probably familiar, that we do want to ensure our fiscal responsibility, understand that we know that it's our job to be purposeful, wise, responsible, while we maintain high quality programming for all our students. With that said, I feel strongly that without having that, it goes hand in hand with being able to sustain the amazing programs and education that we have here. That by being responsible and efficient, you can do more in a better way. We are able to better prioritize. We are able to break down barriers for kids. And I know that this project doesn't only allow us to move forward with that sustainable programming, but will also let us be the financial stewards where we know that we can support a learning environment that will prepare our children for a future. And I think that I'll just share that you all have, said it well. I think Paula said it really well, that our kids are different today and they learn differently, and that this project does help us do that. But while what I'm going to do next is just step through kind of the back end, and I'm not going to claim to be the person that you would want to hire to do your operational cost analysis. I am an educational leader. I believe that understanding the operational cost analysis is critical for us, and I own that responsibility. But I do feel if we step forward with this project, that it would make very good sense for us to have others in the area of this expertise help us with it. But what I would like to do tonight is step through a closer lens into the maintenance and utilities cost, into our enrollment and staffing. Also, I think we have unpacked the transportation, but just a few other elements of it. I also just want to bring folks kind of to my daily grind of understanding the long-term building needs and that daily impact. And then ultimately, while we may not have all of this background as part of our submission, but I'll just share what we have as part of our stage 2 submission. And again, our stage 2 submission is why we are here together tonight. But we understand it's so critical. I understand it's critical for us to understand the larger impact with this project. So ultimately, we know that this is ongoing. And we know that we're going to take a look at different scenarios for all this project will ultimately entail. And we're really at the beginning of that journey. And there are still some decisions that need to be made. We also know that it will remove square footage from us. So I'm going to unpack that a little bit, because I believe that is important, or an important element. And kind of my process will be to kind of have a couple talking points, and then I'm going to dig a little bit into some data for the most part. So that'll be the flow. This isn't a long presentation, but just so if you are more of the narrative, this is kind of your area. And if you are more of the number cruncher, the next slide will be your area. In all honesty, I am more of the number cruncher. So I feel more comfortable there. But at a high level, I just want to share. And these numbers are reflective of considering Columbia Street and Hazard. And they are not reflective of an impact of the administrative buildings, their school buildings. And so the high school, we know if moving forward with stage 2 would have about 189,000 less square feet than the current high school. And Broad Rock would have 32,000 more. So we would see a total building reduction of 157. Now, using that as the background, just to do a kind of quick, give you some idea of what could be some savings, is an example of maintenance supplies. We would see immediately a $48,000 reduction, or understanding that our utilities, at a quick glance for some utilities, could easily see a 127,000 reduction. So I'm going to try to zoom in and put my best math teacher hat on. So on this sheet, and I just think this sheet is good for folks to have to see. I do have it uploaded to Board Docs for those that are used to school committee meetings. This is in the yellow, the light yellow is today. So this column is Columbia Street and Hazard, and the second column is Curtis Corner today, what we have for square footage. And down below, we grabbed out of the budget areas and what it costs today. And then analyzed that in terms of square footage at Curtis Corner and what it would cost in the future. With that said, while ultimately there is a savings, of course, because you have less square footage, we do know that Broad Rock would have an increase in square footage. So we would have to consider the numbers from the high school and also the increase that would happen at Broad Rock. I will share also, and talking with Sam about project management, and then also as you step through this journey, that we know that it's a smart, move to analyze this more closely with a kind of, I think about it in terms of almost like an audit on our operational costs as you project out. And in most places that's happening as the building is completed. So this is not, here we go, these are final numbers, but they do start to give us trends to see and understand better what life would look like in terms of utilities, as an example. The next area I was going to dig into is enrollment and staffing. So again, grounded back in the numbers from the stage 2 submission. We know that we look at current numbers, and it also looks at projections over 5 years as required for the submission. That projection does show 250 students less. We do see the projections seeing the decrease at the secondary level. So knowing that, we know that over time, as we would see a reduction in our enrollment, if that were to come to fruition, that we would also have a reduction in staff. And again, as mentioned tonight, that reduction in staff would, we would work for it to align with natural attrition, with retirement, with and to be able to support our current staff. We worked very hard last year to be thoughtful with the staff, to work hard to make sure that we were cautious about hiring and to keep staff on. Although there are always times that folks may have to change their position and go to another position where they have another certification because of a need in the district. I'm going to just share some backup numbers on the enrollment to back up what's happening. So today, again, in the light yellow, where we see the enrollment and the grade levels. And then for stage 2, we would be moving 5th grade to the elementaries. Broad Rock would have 6 through 8, and the high school grades 9 through 12, seeing that reduction in the student population. I'm just going to kind of a few disclaimers because we know this is all, we know now, not that we can't predict the future more than we've ever known living in a pandemic. So I am going to just share, this does not include pre-K or pre-K enrollment. It also, while we would be looking forward, we would be doing our program analysis about placement in schools. So I don't want kind of assumptions to be made. The enrollment does these numbers do not reflect those students in outplaced programs, tuitioned out. So for example, a student at Meeting Street, a student at Bradley, it doesn't reflect students that we pay for a CTE placement or a charter school. And then also redistricting would take place when you would move grade 5 to an elementary school. And just a little bit more about that. So our stage 2 does have grade 5 moving to the elementary schools. And I don't think that's any new for anybody. The redistricting of the students, again, would be done when we move that grade 5. It would not be fair to families to move multiple times. It can be, it's a big decision. It's a big change for children to switch to a different school. And to do so multiple times would be difficult. So we'd want to get that right. Prior to that move, to that decision, we would be analyzing enrollment data, transportation data, GIS data, grounded in transportation data. That analysis would be shared with the community for feedback. It would be gathered prior to the redistricting. So we would lean on folks in the community to help us with those decisions and how those lines are drawn. We continue to review options for how grade levels can be figured within the schools. And I'm just going to, kind of be transparent. We have talked many times about Wakefield being an early learning center for pre-K or pre-K to 1, and the remaining 3 schools remaining to support grades 1 to 5 or a similar variation. Ultimately, we base our final decisions on the most recent data. It needs to be grounded in the needs of students and families, the programs that need to take place in the schools. It's not kind of a one-size-fits-all anymore. We have many programs in our buildings, meaning even special education programs and that are within our schools that we want to keep in our schools. We want to be able to support these, but we also want the most efficient design. And we do believe if we do this right, that it can positively impact our operational costs. I also believe that it can positively impact the learning for children. I know it can. Again, transportation, I know that we've discussed this tonight already, but I do want to share that. And we started this analysis really at a deep dive, and thank you to the Transportation Subcommittee for their help. As we stepped into the pandemic, we had to take a good hard look at our transportation. We had a lot of changes and restrictions because of the pandemic. And so we started to look at our tiered system. And I do believe by taking school offline, that we would want to, again, analyze that. It could have a significant impact to our fleet. With that said, again, it needs to have that analysis done with the GIS And it also needs to consider the sheer size of South Kingstown, which is not typical. It's not so easy just to kind of carte blanche say you close a building and we can reduce busing. We don't want children on buses for 90 minutes, something crazy. We want them on buses for a short amount of time. Also, we all know that Curtis Corner is a welcome place for the bicycle use. We see it every day, even in January, and it would also support foot traffic, which could help our transportation. Again, anecdotal. This I don't think is kind of going to be a welcome, clear cut, but I'm going to try to do my best. And I'm just going to share, this is, the world we live in today with our buildings. So I think it's important that we consider the work that needs to be done on our buildings with or without stage 2 happening. So if stage 2 if this project doesn't move forward, we all still own buildings that needs work. And so I just want folks to understand the impact of that on a day-to-day response, on emergency repairs, and think about that in terms of our operational costs, because that's real. And I want to thank Rob. We had a conversation about this today even, and he was helpful with how his questions he asked me about it and how I believe I was able to reframe it. So we have, as a quick example, in the recent weeks, just to share, we have historically put much of this just is in our operating costs, because that's where it lands on a day-to-day basis. When you need to do a repair, when you need to call your vendors to come in, because you do have to address heating systems 1 to 2 times per week at Broad Rock or Curtis Corner. Or we have leaky roofs that is in the auditorium or the keyboarding room or other rooms at the high school and at Curtis Corner. Or just going over to the high school one day just to go for another meeting, a different reason, and there's a discolored ceiling tile and water coming down the side of the wall because a driving rain with a certain direction, the water drips in, and it needs to be addressed. So these are things that need to be addressed immediately, and we do respond to them immediately, but they have an impact to our ongoing day-to-day response and budget. So this is the backup for what we looked at last April for those responsibilities and how they were prioritized. To understand that these are the things that ultimately, needing the roof, needing the HVAC update, those kinds of things have an impact. And we are today literally paying the price for that. And I'm just going to briefly share, while we continue to do an operational exercise on savings, but we have made sure that we are meeting RIDE's purpose, their priorities with respect to the school building authority. I understand the project was started initially around the cost. RIDE expects our focus to be for children and ultimately, their learning modalities, reaching them where they are. With respect to the submissions, we did ask RIDE what they expected. They did share an example. I'm not saying it's beautiful or up to our standards, but they did share an example. And so I have also shared what we have put in. So we asked for an example with respect to the operational analysis in stage 1, also the financial analysis. Sorry, it's loading a little slower. The financial analysis that has to happen as a respect of stage 2. RIDE did share, again, Pawtucket's example. They have a $220 million project. So this was an example of how they had submitted, and then Tracy's helped to share the financing plan, which of course the entire financing plan is available for folks to see through the sksdbuild.org. So this, ultimately, I guess I just wanted to make sure folks understood that, of course, every day we want to make sure that we're as efficient as possible, that we don't minimize our financial responsibility, that we know that this is a priority of the town. But of course, for me, first and foremost, will always be students, with this leading the decision making. So hopefully that didn't confuse folks or wasn't too fast. And I'm happy to talk it through or leverage having Tracy and Sam, Raquel available as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Linda. Rob, I didn't know if you wanted to just continue on with this portion, or did you want to have?
I think it makes sense to go to questions at this point from anyone on the panel who has questions, and then I'm happy to continue with the next presentation.
Okay. Questions regarding operational savings? Kate.
Yeah, so thank you. This was my question from prior that I wanted to, a little bit of clarification. So when it comes to the operational savings, specifically around like the electrical savings, when we discuss like HVAC and we'll be upgrading, and so you automatically kind of see a long-term cost savings if you have a more efficient HVAC unit that you've added. You know, if I upgrade my household's HVAC unit, it may be a initial cost is higher, like when I purchased the unit, but over time, my operational savings over time should be more efficient because it's new technology. My question, however, though, is how are we calculating that for specifically Curtis Corner, if we're factoring in, and I may be wrong in my understanding of Curtis Corner right now, they currently do not have air conditioning. And so by adding air conditioning, and well, it's a more efficient HVAC unit, it still is a bump. Like if I have no air conditioning and then I add an air conditioner, regardless of whether or not it's new technology or not, it's still going to be an increase to my bottom line when it comes to my electrical bill. And so I'm wondering how that's calculated in when it comes to the operational savings, especially when we're adding a larger gym, a larger auditorium, and adding, and again, I don't know if those rooms that we're not touching, are they getting HVAC addition put onto it? So I guess I'm just concerned about that calculation and how we're factoring that as far as long-term operational.
I'll just share that we do have some air conditioning at Curtis Corner today. I would imagine it's probably not the most efficient, but it's not my area of expertise to share that, but there is a wing of the building that is air conditioned. And Sam, I know Sam is here, and I'm wondering if what we did do is drill down kind of to the unit cost on things and have property management help take a look at those costs to make sure that they align with what would make sense for us to calculate it out. And Sam, I'm not sure if you want to kind of speak to what that looks like in the exercise.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we reference back to that slide that showed the comp of the current high school, Curtis Corner, the operational per square foot cost, Kate, it was at this point, it was just a simple extrapolation of those current costs today, because we're really not able to kind of project out based on efficiency of some of those units, increased costs, say, to your point of, you know, if you're air conditioning more of a space, that's likely going to realize a higher cost there, but maybe the efficiencies of LED or more efficient rooftop units or whatever the HVAC system is going to be aren't factored into those numbers. So I would submit that the extrapolation of the current per square foot cost is relatively conservative because it's based on your current per square foot cost today. And, you know, I think Linda referenced this, you know, right now in another district, we're just now getting into the trying to project a true budget for a building that's coming online this year. And that takes time because you need to understand exactly what your systems are, what the true square footage is. And that's not just on utility costs, but that's also on how do you manage the building from a personnel standpoint, and kind of general operations. So I would say that the comparison that Linda provided is very high level. And it's really just taking those existing per square foot numbers today and extending them to your new square footage at Curtis Corner specifically. And then the same thing with Broad Rock. We've just, you know, that table that Linda showed just takes Broad Rock's current per square foot costs and extends them across the increase in the square footage that you have there with the additions that'll happen there. So it's very high level. And I think Linda, you know, tried to qualify that in the beginning that there's more work to be done, and not only between, you know, in the near future, but throughout the process as we better understand how the buildings are going to operate, what the true square footage is, and then how you guys are going to manage them as a district.
Okay, so did we have like, so who put these numbers together? Was it a combination, Sam, of you and Linda, or did we have like an energy kind of expert come in and?
No, these are, I don't want to speak for the district because the numbers came from them, but these are a straight takeoffs from their current operational costs on any, you know, for the buildings that are there today.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's also why you see variability, right? Your elementary schools may have a higher reliance on electric baseboard heat. So their per square foot electrical cost might actually be exponentially more than, say, a building that relies on natural gas or oil or whatever the fuel source could be there.
Thank you. Chris Stefish.
Linda, I just had a quick question about the piece about redistricting, and it's more of just, could you give us a general timeline of when you think that would happen?
When I think it would go more along the lines of Tracy's presentation, but as we move to put the 5th grade out, we would be doing it in time, you know, kind of that 8 months before you would have 5th grade move into the elementaries.
Okay. Do we have an idea of when that would be?
Again, that timeline, like if we just think even about, we need the work at Broad Rock.
Okay.
We need Broad Rock, we need the high, like we need all of these pieces because we wouldn't want to leave Broad Rock just with just 6th grade in it.
Right.
It doesn't feel like that would be efficient or fair to those students. So you would want everybody to kind of move along appropriately in that timeline, if you think about it. So if we had as part of Tracy's that knowing that Broad Rock was happening as soon as it possibly could. Once we know the commitment, then we'll map it out.
Okay. I'm asking just because I've heard from a lot of folks in the community that have had questions about that. So it came up in this operational savings presentation. I'm imagining people are curious about it. So I just was kind of looking for a little bit of guidance on that. Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, thank you. We should probably put it as part of our timeline. Just make it a hard code right in the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Bergen.
I'm not sure, maybe Sam might be answering this about the energy use at Curtis Corner. So we heard from a community member at one of the listening sessions that Curtis Corner, because it's a large one-story building, it's going to have a lot of skin, it's going to have a lot of multiple units, and that's the words of that community member, where it's going to be an energy hog. So can you really discuss a little bit more about how you see it as an energy savings? Because their expertise in the facilities kind of gave me a lot of pause that there are not going to be the utility savings that we think we're going to get. Could someone answer that?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer kind of anecdotally, Councilwoman. I think that was Dave Falzetti's comments at maybe the last school building committee meeting or previous school building committee meeting. I think it is tough to speculate, right? You know, we don't know what these costs are going to be. You're going to introduce more efficient lighting, you know, going from maybe more traditional to LED. And again, I'm not exactly sure every fixture in that building as it stands today. That definitely introduces a savings as far as an efficiency goes. It also allows you to qualify for National Grid incentives that we've talked about in previous meetings. Newer HVAC systems should certainly show an improvement in that cost. The building, the addition is, you know, I think to Tracy's point, the envelope is going to have to meet the new energy standards. So you're going to see upgrades in how the building retains heat, cooling, all those items that impact that, you know, that the envelope is able to influence. I think the existing building, and again, the kind of the horizontal alignment, do you have some loss there? You could, but I think back to my comment before that the per square foot that we projected at least are probably some of the worst case that you've seen, because the building is probably at its least efficient state right now. And then projecting that out across both new and renovated construction, you start to see those improvements. We're not going to know that until until the energy model is done by the consultants in stage 3, and you really get to understand that. So I'm not going to speculate that you will or will not, but I think that if you're using the current per square foot, you know, and you look at the building today, does that at least give you some optimism that you're going to hopefully see some improvements as you extrapolate that over the new square footage of the building?
Well, thank you. It looks like a large area, larger than what we have, will be air conditioned. So it does seem to sort of defy like common sense logic that there would be a savings, because we don't currently air condition the auditorium, the 1,000-seat
Sure.
auditorium, or the arcade, or whatever the other spaces are. So just based on life experience, it doesn't seem like, you know, there's the parity of reduction. So.
Yeah, and I don't know if RGB or Tracy would have a comment on that as well, because I think it's a good question, and I think the answer is probably imperfect at this point in the process.
So probably not to rely on that, as we're not going to put our eggs in that basket. And then, this is a question for I guess back to what Linda said. Did you mention that there'll be some certified staff reductions, and is that part of the facility plan, or would they have happened anyway? When you're talking about staff reductions?
If there's a reduction in enrollment and their projections show that, then we would not have staff in a room with no children in it. So yeah, that absolutely would result no matter what if you had a drop in enrollment.
Mm-hmm. So if there's projected drops in enrollment, we would expect to see staff reductions?
Not if there's projected, if there's actual, right? Like I wouldn't, and I would imagine over a 5-year period that it would be slower, because we're talking about a pretty extreme reduction in enrollment, because we're talking about it over a 5-year period. But as you're going through it year by year, it would be more of a natural attrition, which is, it feels like what the goal was here to do.
Okay.
But I just think ultimately, if you know that you have that, what it feels like again, and this is, I don't think anything different for anybody, you know, you have that reduction that you want to be as efficient as you can with your buildings. That's, you know, the goal.
Right.
And sorry if I could just respond to the first portion of your question, Deb. In the stage 2, section 2.8, there is energy analysis that was performed based on the proposed systems the consulting engineers did. It took into consideration the envelope improvements, and it does talk about schools that are not air conditioned and the proposed cost of adding central air conditioning. There was energy models done based on the proposed system and the proposed square footage and exterior components. So I think if you take a look at that, it will answer a lot of those questions that you have.
Do you have a page number or any sort of reference that I have a
Section 2.8. So chapter 2, section 2.8. And that's the summary, I believe. There are the backup actual energy models from the engineers that are in there as well.
Kate Massananti.
Linda, this is going to circle back to the slide that you showed when it came to redistricting and what the numbers of the schools would look like. And I was just curious that it kind of jumped out at me, and this may have to do with because you left out the pre-K numbers, but why all the other schools kind of increased their numbers like a reasonable amount. But West Kingston only showed increasing their students by 7 students. Is that because the pre-K wasn't included, or do we like there was like a glaring difference between all those different numbers as far as balancing that out?
I'm just using the data that's projected in the stage 2 based upon the demographic studies and how they were portrayed. So if we redistrict, that could adjust. It probably would adjust, maybe by a lot, maybe not. I have redistricted a district before. It's quite it's an undertaking, but it felt to me like I just need to align this. We need to analyze it based upon what's in stage 2, because it would be confusing for people to, for me to say, oh, I'm going to move these 10 kids here, and it just felt arbitrary. So if I go right to the beginning of the stage 2 on SKSD build site, and there's a breakdown by each school based upon the projections, and that's where those projections came from, and it shows by the school.
Okay, and I believe I misspoke. I think I said West Kingston. I meant Wakefield. I think you knew. I think you knew that.
Yeah, I did because I thought the same thing. Yeah. I thought the same thing, and it's exactly why I pulled out the pre-K is not reflected there, because the number actually today, pre-K adds about 42 students to that.
And I guess the kind of final clarifying thought I had on it is, and I think you just actually made the point for me, is that this is revolving around this particular project and this particular stage 2 plan. And where obviously the discussion here is really for the benefit, I think, of the town council, because they're the ones who are going to be moving forward to make their decision in the next week or so. And it revolves around this particular project going for, and it's following the requirements and the timeline for this newer and fewer incentives. But I guess I wanna clarify for myself, because we're dependent on RIDE. Well, we're dependent on the town council's decision, then we're dependent on RIDE's decision, then ultimately the community's final vote, whether or not we move forward. And the concern being is, what if at one of those places there's a no, right? We can still make repairs to our schools, and we can still redistrict, and we can still have building projects that we put together. It just would be outside of this newer and fewer incentive percentage points, correct?
Yes, and what feels to, yeah, I don't want to make any assumptions. Of course, you can always do that. We could do that all tomorrow. May not make sense to do a lot of it during a pandemic today, redistrict, but we can, of course, do that. I guess I just want to make sure, though, we do need to have a submission to RIDE for any reimbursement. So while maybe the bonus points, we're saying, oh, that's not so important to us, we're just going to do a little project. And to do that little project, but we still want reimbursement for that, why not? Why wouldn't we want reimbursement for that little project? We don't care about bonus points on that little project. It's not applicable. We do need to have an application submitted to RIDE to be able to get that reimbursement, though. And I am worried that we don't have that. We don't have an umbrella application there today. That causes me some anxiety. So we need to address that if this doesn't move forward very quickly. And the other, larger piece for me is just addressing student learning, because it does go back to what are we doing to support classrooms that we want to look and feel different, that we want to meet students where they are, that we want an equitable program, and what are we doing for that? This does do that, gets that underway, but could we say we're going to replace the roof at Columbia Street? Absolutely. And I gave that list of, kind of those are the kinds of projects that $85 million entails. Yeah, good question, though. Thank you.
Rory.
Hi, Linda. In RGB's presentation, it was shown to us that a reduction in the square footage by consolidating the schools would show a $1.18 million in cost savings. Now, I don't see that in your presentation. Do you agree with that figure?
That analysis is a little bit different, but yes, I do agree with it. But I'll share a little backup, because I know you want the backup. That backup is grounded in a lot of facilities, a lot of, like in-house contracted services costs, which again, I'm alluding to when I'm sharing, we're calling the heating company, we're fixing the roof, we're the facilities maintenance and equipment costs, the supplies and materials, the utility costs, staffing costs. And I'm going to, again, roll up, but so we saw utility savings, not a lot. And again, but if we're talking about like the 1.18, not a lot, it's it's 200,000. We also talked about if we saw a significant reduction in enrollment, that we would have a reduction in staff. And I did list there, it would, if you're seeing 250 students, you would probably see 8 to 12 staff. So for easy numbers, I'm going to say, 10 staff, 100,000 when you talk benefits and experience and all that can go with that. So you are at a 1.2 right off the top, not doing any further analysis of savings. So yes, at a really high level, and I know your numbers are comfortable and you can kind of, see how, yes, I don't feel like I even need to dig into it to feel comfortable with that analysis. That makes sense at 9 o'clock at night.
My understanding was, as it was presented to us, that the savings from utilities and maintenance as it related to the reduction in square footage would make up a significant portion of the 1.18, and that would be a conservative figure. But from what you're saying, it sounds like there's a lot of projected costs included in that figure. I'm just trying to make sense of it as you understand it, and as well as RGB has presented to us.
Projected costs around what? I feel like the whole thing is projected. I'm sorry, I don't want to throw it. We are trying to predict 5 years out. That's the stage 2 makes you. And it's our responsibility to do that. And so just being the black and white person that I am, that's where we are. So, and Tracy can speak more kind of to the background and what they did look at. When I look at a high level of what she's analyzed, and I'm looking at my analysis, I do feel like that is where we are. To say it's conservative, if all of our predictions come true, I feel very good about it. I don't know if all of our predictions will come true. For enrollment, for the analysis, I just think we need to continue to study so there are no surprises.
So the operational savings as it relates to consolidating the buildings and investing in these projects is obviously of important interest to the council and to the school committee and to the public.
Sure.
I asked the question because it seemed to be presented to us in a way that would be the baseline, conservative, as it mainly made up of utilities and maintenance saved by a reduction in the square footage. It does not seem like that's the case when we discuss with you. The slide that showed us the delta or change in the costs by the removal of the square footage does not seem to be a significant portion, maybe around 20% of that figure. So that's why I raised the question. Just trying to add some assurance and validity, credibility to these figures. This is important, obviously big projects. So that's why I asked the question.
Oh, I agree. I appreciate it. Let me say that. I think that as we look at taking 157,000 square feet offline of 50-year-old, 70-year-old, depending upon what section of the building you're in, building offline, there will be savings. I just don't want it. I don't want to give you anecdotal, yes. But and I'm happy to walk anybody through that building. I don't think you have to sit with a calculator to see it. So it's important to understand that it's real square footage that we are heating, cleaning, maintaining on a daily basis. So yes, I feel comfortable with those numbers, and it is real savings. I would rather we were conservative because I think that's the responsible thing to do, though.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
If I could just direct that question to Tracy, because I do think there was a discrepancy that Rory noticed there. I was sort of thinking maybe it was, there's just a formula that you input square footage into, and it was like $10 a square foot savings coming offline. That's sort of, there was 100,000, 120,000, something around there. And if it was $10 per square foot, that's how you got that $1.2 million figure. And it looked like Linda's calculations were more specific. But I don't know, what is the difference between those two figures?
So we did work with the school department, so it's similar backup that we used, and it was for the utility and square foot portion of it. It was a cost per square foot based on utilities, but it did also take into consideration, like we said, maintenance cost, operations of systems that you have, repairs. All of that was kind of rolled into that matrix.
Does that help clarify it at all for you, Rory? Is it?
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted there. Any other questions on the operational savings presentation? And Rob, did you have any of your own presentation around this topic, or?
I do, but it's sort of embedded in my general observation. So if you don't mind, I'll share my screen and we'll do that if it's an appropriate time.
And while Rob's doing that, I just wanted to respond. I did get that page number, Councilwoman. It was page 342.
Thanks, I found it too.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen. And you should be seeing a slide presentation, yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, very good. So I want to sort of step back a little bit and, you know, when we voted last Monday in the school building committee on whether or not to recommend to the school committee to submit the application, I voted no. I did not say that I thought it was a good idea to be submitting the application in its form. And my reason for that really was the operational costs. I think that this is a really important subject because we're talking about big money. I mean, we're talking about $1 million plus, and you know that's been described previously as conservative. And the description in the application stage 1 that was submitted really does not break out any of the potential personnel savings at all. There's no representation that those are personnel savings at all. And we weren't very far along in our analysis. I think the school department, RGB and Peregrine have done a great job sort of bringing us along further in the last week. We have some work to do, and it's gonna, you know, we have plenty of time to do work in this area. But I do want to point out that this is important because while we can afford $209 perhaps in tax increases, we can't afford $209 with super inflationary increases on top of that year after year after year. If we were to see inflationary increases plus $209 after 5 years, we're looking at a tax increase of over $800, a difference of $800 from today and 5 years from now. If we were to go above the standard inflation of 2, we start moving toward $1,500 if we move toward 4%. This is a big deal just because the impact on taxpayers will be significant if we can't capture some of the savings for property tax relief. We also can't afford to have all of the operational savings that we're going to realize from this program captured by the school program. We have increasing needs. I mean, I fully appreciate and agree that there has been neglect of our school buildings, but there's been neglect of infrastructure around town. We have not improved town hall. The bathrooms in town hall and town facilities, the bathrooms at Old Mountain Field, the bathrooms throughout our parks are not up to the standard. We have code violations in our buildings that have not been addressed. We need to address those things. We also have increasing needs in other programs. The Housing Authority is increasingly coming to be recognized as a problem, in part because the town has never made contribution to the Housing Authority. There's never been local monetary support of that program. And yet we know that that program is struggling and is going to need assistance. We know that we have road infrastructure improvements that we're going to have to make. We cannot afford to have all the savings captured by one program. It is one budget, and we have to deal with this as one budget. So as I go through this, I want to point out that I am not a proponent or opponent to this project tonight, or really ever. My job is to sort of make sure that the town council has got the data they need to understand the decision they've got to make. Is it a good project? That's a political question. It's not a question that my job is not to answer that question. My job is to answer, is it a viable project? Is this a project that we can successfully execute? That's the question I'm going to be focusing on tonight as I go through the presentation. But I want to distinguish that question from what the political question or questions are. Does this project contribute to a desired educational outcome? Political question. That's not a question I can help you answer. Does it enable better learning and teaching? It's not a question I can help you answer. Does it facilitate better use of educational staff? I can't help you there. Does it incorporate necessary modern technology? Necessary is a thing I can't talk about. I can't share any insight on that. Is it the highest and best use of town property? That's closer to my purview, but it's still a political question. It's a question that the town council and the public have to answer. Does it contribute to the desired community character? Again, that's a question for the town council and for the public. Does it require taxpayers to pay more in taxes than they want to pay? Really, only the taxpayers are going to be able to answer that question. I'll have something to say about what we do know from public policy research about tax tolerance, but that's not the same as tax willingness, and that's an important thing for us to consider. So unpacking the political question, the things I can provide some insight and will provide insight to the council on here tonight are, can we afford to build it? Can it be built within the proposed budget? Is the proposed budget reasonable and accurate? Will the cost of construction negatively impact our bond rating? Very straightforward question. We will answer that. Can we afford to maintain this building or these buildings after they are built? That's part of the question we've been addressing over the last couple of hours, and I'll share my thoughts on that. Do we have the in-house skills necessary to execute this project? Spoiler, I don't think we do. I think that this is an extremely complex project, and I do not think that as we stand today, either the town or the school district could do this project on our own. We're going to need outside help, and it's probably going to be more than simply a project manager. An owner's rep is good. We may need more. Will it create unacceptable externalities? Is the traffic going to be intolerable? Are empty buildings going to become a millstone around our neck? Are impacts on the neighborhoods, such as noise and light, going to be problematic? And finally, are we going to create such a tax burden that it causes people to decide to leave? Now, as I go through this, I want the council to know what my metrics are. This is not black and white stuff. This is really an evaluation of the information that's available. And I use these metrics. I use these measures of assessment. If it's really likely, if the data are clear, if the experts all agree, if everything is, I've seen it with my own eyes, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. This is something that is going to happen. We don't have to worry about it. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, some doubt perhaps, but reasonable doubt. Clear and convincing is a standard that basically says there's some doubt. There's more than a little bit of doubt, but the evidence we have is sufficient for us to conclude that it is really highly probable that the fact exists or that the thing is going to happen. The next level of confidence that I've got is more likely than not. There's limited data. The information supporting the conclusion is, it's not great, but it's better than a 50-50 chance that this thing is going to happen. And finally, the lowest standard that I have here in this presentation, because if I thought there were things that were going to blow up, we would not be where we are today. We would have stopped the project in its tracks if we thought it was going to blow up. The lowest standard of confidence that I have in any aspect of this project is that there's some doubt, but we're going to resolve that doubt in favor of an expert opinion. We really only have one category where that's my take on where we are.
And go back to streaming. Okay, that's preparing to stream. It should be ready in a minute. Okay.
All right, so Susan, you're going to have to re-enable my screen sharing.
Yes. Okay, so let me make you a co-host. All right. Did we get everybody brought back in?
It looks.
There's nobody missing, right?
Yeah, and it looks like we've recaptured the large majority of the attendees as well. So fortunately, there are downsides to this Zoom meeting format. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we're missing Sam Bradner, but I'm not sure if he needs, I don't see him at all.
Well, I
No,
think,
he's not an attendee right now. Oh, there's Raquel. I'm gonna bring her in too.
For the purposes of the presentation, I think Rob can probably continue.
Yes, he certainly can.
All right, happy to go. So again, I've got nothing in this presentation that would suggest that we've got a technical factor that is going to blow up the plan. I do think that there are some things that we have to watch, particularly around the out-year expenses. Again, we can build the project, but we have to be able to maintain it, and we have to be able to maintain it in a way that does not compromise the school program or other municipal programs. Adding this major expense to the school or to the town budget will create some pressures, and we're going to have to manage those. Can we afford to build it? This is a beyond reasonable doubt. We can afford an $85 million project. We've been telling this story now for quite some time because it is just clearly what the math tells us. This does not drive an expense that will have a negative impact on the ability of the town to manage its finances. It means we have to be careful in management, but we do not have anything in this project. $85 million is not going to bankrupt the community. It is not going to cause the community to be unable to meet its other obligations if we manage the expenses going forward. And that's why the savings is so important. Can we build it within the proposed budget? The answer that I come to on this one is yes, absolutely. We can do it if we're willing to change the scope, which is a feature of this project. Can we do it without significant changes? I'm less confident. It's possible that we get into this project and we get down to, we get through the Broad Rock portion, we get to Curtis Corner, and there are changes in the expense structure. We run into unforeseen expenses, unforeseen conditions. We burn through our contingency, all of the sort of buffer that's built into the budget goes away. If that occurs, we can still complete the project. What's going to happen, though, is that we're going to have to change the scope of the project. Now, Tracy has mentioned a couple of times tonight that the way that they would change the scope is by reducing the renovation portion, that the existing portion of Curtis Corner gets reduced. That's not the only way that the change in scope could happen. You could change the scope by reducing the size of the auditorium. You could change the scope by changing, the finishes in the space that is the addition. You can do a number of things. So bottom line is, can we do it exactly as it exists on the drawing board? I'm confident, but I'm not entirely sure that that's going to be possible because there are unforeseen circumstances, market conditions, the increase in construction costs could go up. Now they could also go down, but there's enough information for us to be confident that we're going to be able to do this. Now, on the issue of whether the cost is reasonable, whether the budget is reasonable, we've had 2 cost estimating firms look at this budget. This is not a crazy budget. This is a budget that 2 cost estimators have independently looked at and have concluded is reasonable. Is it 100% correct? It's too early in the process for us to know that, but it is reasonable. Now, again, cost escalation, changes in the market conditions, unforeseen conditions on the sites, all of those things counsel against finding that we are going to be able to do it within the budget beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's pretty clear evidence from 2 expert firms and a lot of experience, including the experience of our project manager, Peregrine, that suggests that we are within reason to say that this is going to be successful within budget. And further, given the very deliberate design of the project that says we're just going to scale back if we have to, I think the answer to this is yes, we can build this and we have a reasonable budget. Will the cost of construction negatively impact our bond rating? We know beyond a reasonable doubt it is not going to have that impact. We had an interview with Moody last year when we were talking about bringing $4 million of bond to market. We talked to Moody's about this project. They acknowledged that this project was part of our long-term strategy, and they didn't balk at it. They didn't make a bond recommendation or rating based on this project, but they did not balk at the information that we were going to be doing an $85 million project. They noted the $85 million when they gave the bond rating to us last year. They know that this is in the queue. We have reason to believe that this is not going to negatively impact our rating. We also have the opinion of our financial advisor who has been working with the town for 20 years that this is not likely to impact our bond rating at $85 million, but that's just about the max. We really do start bumping up against a possible impact on our bond rating very close to where we are. That's why we've been so tight on this budget and haven't been moving from 85. That's why even the $55 or the $555 that are not covered under the bond make me nervous, because we're going to have to find that money elsewhere. Can we afford to maintain it after it's built? So here, this is the whole issue of operating costs and savings. And I have three answers. There is no doubt in my mind that this project will ultimately yield a building inventory that costs less than our current building inventory. We are taking off between 118,000 or 157,000 square feet of buildings. We are reducing the number of inefficient heating and cooling systems that we have. We will save some money. Whether that's $10,000 or $1 million is a much more difficult question to answer. I am certain that we will save at least $10,000. That's good. It's probably not ultimately good enough. We do need to realize some savings in this project. And I think that when I hear that we're not just talking about energy savings, but we're also contemplating and willing to talk about and design around reductions in all classifications of expenditure, then I start feeling more comfortable about the $1 million, and I begin to see a path toward this project being sustainable over the years. I think that if we were to see $1 million in savings, we would be able to begin to deal with the debt service in a way that it's not 209 plus inflationary rates of increase on taxes or super inflationary rates of increase. We're talking at that point about something much closer to level funding for the schools that isn't injuring the schools because they've got the savings that they can draw on. If we get there, this project it's a solid project at that point. I don't have any real way of measuring, however, the non-capital cost savings. We've begun that conversation tonight. I'm glad that we're there. I think it's important for us to be trying to figure out how to do this strategically. But I think we're good at $1 million. It's hard to know for sure. Just the RIDE section that deals with this issue, I'm not going to spend any time on that slide. Can operational cost savings be used to reduce the tax burden associated with the project? I think the answer to this is at $1 million, yes. We start to see a real savings. And in fact, if we're talking about a $209 tax increase for a property valued at $400,000, $1 million could reduce that down into the low 100s. If that's all that money, that savings was used for. That's probably not the appropriate use for it. we probably want to be thinking very strategically about how we assign those savings, but it does begin to be viable for the project to be contributing to its own sustainability and not just drawing on taxpayer dollars. Again, I've said this already, I won't spend any time here, but I do think that we need to be thinking about beefing up our internal capacity and temporary support to ensure that this project is managed, that the contracting is managed, that the construction is managed well. We're going to have to do this in some regard because RIDE requires it with regard to the construction, but I'm not sure that one addition to the team is going to be enough. I'm very concerned about how we design the management team for what is going to be a multi-year, multi-million-dollar project. Externalities. There are going to be externalities. There's going to be impacts on neighborhoods where the facilities are located, and we need to think about those because they're going to impact people's lives. There are 4 major categories of externalities that I've looked at: landscape and building aesthetics, noise, light, and traffic. With regard to the landscape and building aesthetics, we've looked at it. The town engineer here, luckily for us, is also a licensed landscape architect and has a very keen interest in making sure that things we do in town are attractive. He and I have had lengthy discussions, but we've talked recently about the aesthetic impacts of these projects, and things will actually get better, both at Columbia Street and Curtis Corner is the upshot of it. The building at Columbia Street will not have a major impact on the view shed from the road. I'm sorry, the Curtis Corner project will not have a major impact on the view shed from the road because of its siting. And really at Columbia Street, the anticipated use, which is residential, will not change the facade. But the only thing you're going to see at Columbia Street in all likelihood is that the fence comes down. The chain link fence will no longer be around the park at that location. Noise, Columbia Street noise will probably get less because you're moving to a less intense use. You are dealing with residential use, which probably means the hours of noise are different, but it's likely to be less noisy than a high school. At Curtis Corner, they already are the host site for large events. There's already the marching band, there's already football games. So the impact at Curtis Corner with regard to noise is likely neutral. It's not going to increase. It will be relatively the same as it is now. This is just an aerial photograph indicating that we're really also at Curtis Corner at probably one of the best locations for having a buffer against noise and against light. Potential for light pollution. Everything we do in town now has to meet with dark sky requirements. So the lighting, if any new lighting goes into the fields or anything like that, will be designed to make sure that the impacts are light. At the Columbia Street location, you're talking about residential uses again. You're not talking about field lighting or anything that would have a major impact on the neighborhood for light pollution. Traffic management is probably the biggest issue for us to worry about with regard to all of these sites. No major impacts as a result of the uses at the elementary schools. Generally, the populations will be about the same. There will be some redistribution of students and therefore some redistribution of traffic, but it's not going to be significant at any of the elementary schools. However, at Broad Rock, at Curtis Corner, and at Columbia Street, there will be changes in the traffic pattern. The one thing to note about this more than anything else, I think, is that we're moving traffic. If we move from Columbia Street to Curtis Corner, we're moving traffic from high traffic, high accident areas to low traffic areas. This is all of our accidents in South Kingstown over the last 5 years. You'll note that the bands, South Road School and Curtis Corner, are less than 1% of our traffic accidents. And the areas around the high school at Columbia Street are about 6.2% of all of the accidents that occur in town. These are the corridors where we have traffic accidents. They are 138, 108, Main Street, Old Tower Hill Road, and Route 1. That accounts for the vast majority of car accidents in South Kingstown. And we are moving students from the intersection of two high accident areas to an area that does not have a large number of traffic accidents. So in theory, we should be improving traffic safety for students, and we should be improving pedestrian and bicycle safety by moving from the high traffic, high accident areas to the low traffic area. This is just an close depiction of the data related to accidents near the high school currently. I will say that the case can be overstated, and I don't want to overstate it. These are the accidents that have occurred basically in front of Old Mountain Field. Yes, we've had a pedestrian accident in the last 5 years, and we've had bicycle accidents. We have not had huge numbers even at that location. So while there have been 900 accidents in front of Old Mountain Field, they are not, car versus pedestrian, car versus bicycle accidents. I don't want to overstate the safety benefit from moving from the one location to the other, but there is a difference. On to the impacts to the road infrastructure itself. The traffic study that was done by Beta Traffic Engineers, the Beta Group, did look at the intersection at Curtis Corner and 108 and did find that there would be some negative impact on how that intersection will behave, how it will perform. They are anticipating that the impact is significant but not totally disruptive. It is consistent with the sorts of disruptions at intersections like that intersection that you see near any school. It contributes to a poorer quality intersection the same way you would expect any school to contribute to an intersection of its characteristics. So it's going to have an impact. There's no doubt about it. It's not going to have an impact that is unacceptable in its character of delay, because its character of delay will be the same as what we see elsewhere. Stacking will not be a major issue on South Road, in part because there's sufficient interior space. The design that has been proposed has a long road on the interior of the site, so the vehicles will tend to stack on the interior of the facility. Very quick overview. The problem areas with regard to Curtis Corner, the places where we've got to worry are, one, the intersection 108 and Curtis Corner, Saugatucket. Again, the study done by Beta suggests there will be some impact, negative impact on this intersection, but it will not be disastrous. The worst coming out of the study, the worst impact is actually going to be leaving Curtis Corner School and turning left during the morning hours, during the afternoon hours. That's going to be the major sort of worst decline of service quality in the entire suite of pinch points at Curtis Corner. South Road School does experience a decline in the quality of service, but again, according to Beta, it should not be so bad as to sabotage the project. It's going to require people's patience, but it's not going to require a signal, and it's not going to require people to be, or it's not going to force people into a frustrating delay. The entrance at South Road, again, we're not anticipating queuing here because we're anticipating queuing in the interior at 5. I will point out that Beta's analysis does not include a townwide flow analysis. Their study did not tell us where kids are coming from and whether we're going to have problems elsewhere on Route 108 because we've got a lot of traffic coming from town or anything like that. We don't know what the impact on Saugatucket is going to be. We don't have a detailed picture or projection of what's going to be happening elsewhere on South Road or other roads leading toward this point on the map. So we know some, and we can feel confident that the impact on the intersections most proximate to Curtis Corner will be negative, but not severely detrimental. Traffic management at Broad Rock, I'm a little less optimistic because we don't have a traffic study. What we have is an engineer who went out and made field observations and then proposed a design. Again, the same strategy being move people into the interior of the site, but there's not a whole lot more pavement interior to the site at Broad Rock. We know that Broad Rock already stacks badly, and we could have some trouble in this area. Again, Caselli Engineering looked at the problem. They have proposed a solution to the problem. This is an area where we're going to have to spend some time and energy as we move forward in the design phase. I'm comfortable, I'm deferring to the expert opinion here in this case. He knows what he's doing. Caselli Engineering, does this work, but we have observations every day that suggest Broad Rock is problematic in the morning. With regard to vacant buildings, this would be a negative impact on the neighborhoods, and we don't want we don't want vacant buildings. My goal is for every one of the buildings that will be vacated or partly vacated to have the keys handed off to someone else the day we leave. The day we leave Columbia Street, I want a developer to own the building. We do not want to have vacant buildings because they can become a major problem for the community. They can be a money sink. They can be just a nightmare in maintenance. It's trouble keeping vandals out, all sorts of reasons why we don't want to be owning vacant buildings. I am highly confident that we will be able to transfer to a private developer, South Road School, or that portion of South Road School that will not be used by the administration of the school department. I am highly confident that we'll be able to dispose of Hazard School. In fact, that one I have really absolutely no doubt about whatsoever. It is a very attractive building. It's an easy reuse to condos or apartments. It's a desirable building. The market will bring us a buyer for Hazard School. Columbia Street, I'm less confident because it is a big project and because it's subject to macroeconomic conditions. If the housing market busts, it's hard to know what's going to happen there. However, I'm fairly confident because we have been meeting with potential buyers. Actually, for all three of these buildings, we've met with multiple buyers, and there's strong interest. There is a market out there for each of these buildings. Whether we're going to see a profit from any of these is a different question. I don't think that we're likely to see a profit from Columbia Street, mainly because it's a big hunkin' building that's going to require a lot of money invested in it in order to convert it. So I'm not very confident that we're going to see much in terms of revenue coming out of the sale of Columbia Street. The same is not true for Hazard. Hazard is potentially a property that we could see some revenue from. And South Road, we're working on a strategy that may yield a profit from that building. And I don't want to get too deep into that, but I'm happy to answer questions if folks really want to know. And finally, the last sort of issue that I want to make sure we deal with is this going to be such a big impact? Is the project going to drive such a large tax increase that people are going to vote with their feet and get out of town? And I think the answer to that question is no. Because we know what the income levels are here in South Kingstown, we can say, that $209 is actually, it's less than 1% of even the upper end of the lowest quartile of our income earners here in town, households in town with the lowest, at the top of the lowest quartile are near the $30,000 range. So even the lowest quartile in town isn't looking at this one element being decisive. Folks move locations, they relocate, they vote with their feet when the barriers to doing so are low and the costs of staying are high. This is not so high and the barriers are not so low that we're likely to have people leaving town over this and this alone. Now, again, if we're looking at 5 years out and we're not constraining our costs and we're not maximizing the use of the savings that we're going to get from this project, then we could see numbers that begin to really get people questioning whether or not this is an affordable jurisdiction to stay in. So this alone, not the problem. This plus superinflationary increases for operating budgets across the board could be a problem. Will students choose to stay instead of choosing out-of-town CTEs or private schools? This is a question that's come up on numerous occasions. We simply do not have any data to tell us, that this is going to happen or not happen. It seems likely that that new buildings will be an inducement to some students. How many? No idea. I would not hang my hat on this being the thing that saves us from budgetary crisis. It's likely that some will, and it's likely that we will see some economic benefit, some budgetary benefit of not having kids going out of town to CTE programs elsewhere. But I do not think that this is a major driver. And I'm happy to answer that question as well. And with regard to attracting new residents, again, having good school facilities will tend to induce or attract new residents, but there's so much that goes into housing choice. It's proximity to work, it's proximity to family, it's housing availability, and it's housing cost. Those factors, at least together, are as strong, if not stronger, than the inducement that comes from good buildings. There are other communities with nice buildings. Cheraho is a nice high school. We are in competition with them, not only on the quality of the high school building, but also on the cost of housing, on the availability of housing, and on proximity to work. So again, this is an important factor to consider, but it's probably not a decisive one. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen. So I hope that sort of provides a perspective that is helpful, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Rob. Really interesting information there. See, Christy Fish has her hand raised.
Rob, I just want to say I think you did an exceptional job being very thorough and very objective moving us through, and I really appreciate that. My big question is, based on all of that, and since last week and your vote kind of saying one thing to the community, now having more conversations, are you still comfortable with the vote that you gave, or would you change that?
So I have better information today than I had last Monday. We are moving toward better information tomorrow and next week than we have today. If we're continuing on that path, I'm comfortable that the $1.2 million savings is real. Last week, I was not at all confident that that was a real number. I'm confident today that that number is more likely than not, and in fact, even more than that, is clearly tied to real projections. Those projections have more to do with personnel savings associated with the declining school population than they do in what's published in our section 14 from the initial stage one application. In the stage one application, we did not say that any of that was coming from personnel. We now know that we're now talking about at least the right thing. And there's reason to believe we are real when we're talking about $1.2 million. So yes, I'm more comfortable. And if we can hold that, if that slips away, we could be in trouble, honestly. If we can't really see savings of 1.2 or more, then we really do run the risk of this becoming 209 plus superinflationary increases, which is not sustainable for 5 or 6 years. It's just not.
But as we stand right now, you feel confident?
Again,
confident.
Yep. Science is a process. And you can only measure, what is a proffered fact based on what you know now. I have spoken to Linda. I have seen her projection. Yeah, I'm confident that it is more likely than not that we're going to see $1 million in savings, and that $1 million will contribute significantly to our capacity to maintain this program over a 5 or 6 year period. Now, beyond that, it's really hard again. What happens 6 years out, that gets hard.
Well, none of us can predict the future, right? So it's important to kind of think about it and be aware of it and know that we all need to be flexible and do what's best for the community.
No, I would suggest that we have an obligation to not have perfect predictions about the future, but to have reasonable predictions and expectations about our future behavior. Because we can't go ahead not knowing that there's savings. We can't go ahead knowing that there's savings and having a plan to use them in the wrong way. We need to know that there are going to be savings, and we need to know that we have a strategy for using them in a way that is going to sustain the school program and the other programs of the town.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that we don't expect you to be able to predict what's going to happen 5-6 years from now.
Well, we know what's going to happen as we implement this program for the first 5 years.
Right. Thank you, Rob.
Right. Other comments, questions for Rob? I saw a hand go up very briefly, but I didn't see who it was. Councilwoman Bergner?
Just a question for Linda about this year's full-time staff. Have you added staff this year already? Did you increase your FTEs this year? And would you anticipate that that would change again?
FTE increase would be based upon COVID and responding to the pandemic. So, and I'm calling, like, we have CNAs in the buildings with the nurses, consultants, not FTEs on staff hired, but they are people in our building that we're paying contracted service to. So this year is very different supporting a district than I've ever seen in my life. So it's probably not a good analysis for hopefully what the future will hold.
Right, but I think you didn't you just create some new positions? And so
we put 3 special education positions, but we have reduced central office positions. Those positions are part of federal funds as well. They're not, that's, kind of the federal funds support startup, support kind of like a pilot environment. They are ongoing federal funds that you have to have maintenance of effort for these positions, but we did at the same time reduce administrative positions that we had that we were using to help with the same kind of work, leadership.
Just to clarify, so you funded some positions from a grant, but now they're going to be part of your budget going forward, and you're going to have to fund them somehow, or they're just one-time funded?
The grant is ongoing. The grant is yearly, every year, and you have to have maintenance of effort in the grant. So the grant requires, it's federal and it's special education, and special education, federal IDAB requires that you have maintenance of effort on what you do, meaning you don't stop it. You do it each year. No. I'm trying, it's 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. I'm an early morning person. I'm not good at explaining things at night. So it's federal dollars, IDAB. We do write for them each year. They are restricted. This was, we wrote for these positions. We were approved. so they meet the restrictive requirements. And part of that is that these are ongoing. With that, we also reduced administrative staff at the same time, because these are leadership positions that will run meetings, run evaluations. And so we're hoping that our teacher leadership can help to do those things instead of using central office leadership to do it.
Okay, I hadn't heard that you reduced your central office staff at any point, so that's just news to me. Thanks.
All right, Melissa Boyd Colvin.
Thank you. I'll be brief, knowing that there's attendees in the community waiting. But I did want to echo that and thank Rob for the clarification of this, of not having heard the explanation from the individuals who had voted no on their prior effort prior to the school committee meeting. And I wish we had that same clarity from the other folks who also voted no. This new information, not only as our role as school committee members, but also for the community who's waiting to listen as this project progresses. So I hope we continue to get this kind of information no matter what happens with this project. But I thank you for that, and that helped me to clarify your ending points about the CTE role and specifically about the facilities piece. So I appreciate that. And Linda, thank you for also talking about that, and Deb bringing up the question about these positions. And I want to pose this to our school committee folks. We've already made our decisions and put our vote forward. But hearing what is important for the town and our community, if you continue to support this project, we clearly need to have conversations about operational savings on our own side and this personnel side, where we have made a commitment to fund positions already in our budgeting and subcommittee. So I think that's really important, that we certainly all agree our teachers are valuable. We agree that our improved facilities are valuable, but now it is a matter of choices. And that is not on the town council to make those choices. They will see our budget and ultimately approve that, but that is our responsibility to have those dialogues and discussions. And I don't think we've been able to do that yet. I look forward to those conversations and think that that is vital, and this project will force us to have those conversations to the benefit of the community at large.
Thank you. Rory.
Rob, about a month ago, you had presented us with the option of moving the bond referendum to align with the state referendum in March. I'd just like to ask you, at that point in time, did you have skepticism about the savings related to the projects?
Yes. And I was not, by the way, advocating for it. I was simply letting you know that that opportunity was available. And I will say that, yes, I've been asking for better operational cost data for a very long time. In fact, it was the reason, one of the two reasons why the school building committee recommended not submitting in September, because at that time I was concerned that we did not have good operational cost savings data.
So you've had real skepticism regarding the cost savings through this week, essentially.
I continue to have concerns about cost savings. What I'm saying tonight is not the sky is cleared and everything is great. What I'm saying tonight is, if what we are now saying, which is the first time we've said this about the project, that we are looking at a program that is going to see significant reductions in its costs, particularly around personnel in the next few years, if we're tying ourselves to the demographic data and we're acknowledging that the reduction in student body should see a commensurate reduction in staff, then there is a path for making sure that this project will in fact be able to maybe not pay for itself entirely, but not cause economic injury to taxpayers or economic competition that injures municipal programs. Again, we've had neglect of infrastructure across town, and we have programs that are going to have to see significant investments on the non-school program in the next several years. We're gonna have to manage the savings which have been purported previously. The $1.2 million is not a new number. That's a number we've had, but we've now got an accurate description of where that money comes from. Is it a perfect description? I no, I mean, you've heard it tonight, but I'm comfortable enough to say, I think, one, this isn't going to cost us more for sure. It's not going to cost us more than the current building inventory. And it is likely to save us at least $1 million. And if we are committed, and this is what the application says, the application specifically says that the school district is committed and intends to work with the town in the out years to make sure that cost savings reduce the burden on taxpayers to the fullest extent possible. So if that's the commitment, and if that's where we are, then I'm a lot more comfortable proceeding than I was when we didn't know where the cost savings were coming from, and when we didn't know for sure that there was anything to be intent about. We now know what we're talking about.
Zach Saul, the school building committee, which reflected your vote against submission to stage 2, did you feel the same skepticism as Rob Zarnetsky?
I did, and I mean, over the course of several weeks and several meetings, we did ask for some backup and clarification, and finally do have that.
Zach, your audio is acting up. It sounded like a feed.
I'm sorry, is this better?
Yep.
Sorry. So I'm in a better place than after hearing tonight and having conversations with the school than I was a week ago.
Okay, so you're beginning to feel a lot more confident about the figure for the cost savings than you did when you voted.
Yes, my confidence level is higher than it was, and as long as we stay committed to using potential savings in the future to help reduce taxpayer, relief, or provide taxpayer relief, that will continue to be my stance and to work towards that goal.
Obviously, the town manager and the finance director of the town have an influence on the town council and school committee as it relates to our vote and where we stand in regard to whether this should move through or not. So obviously getting clarity as to what you guys think is important to all of us here. So just making sure that you have increased confidence from the vote is important for us to know. So thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Bruce.
I just have a clarifying question. And I think Ms. Savastano is probably the best one to answer or respond to my comment. So from the big picture look, just talking about personnel savings, the savings that result from closing a building would be mostly in like the central office of that building, the principal, the secretary, any other personnel specifically associated with that office. The reduction in teaching staff would not result from closing a building, but would result from a decrease in enrollment, which it wouldn't matter how many buildings you had, theoretically. If you had a reduction in enrollment, a significant decrease in enrollment, you would still have you would have a corresponding decrease in your teaching staff. So the savings that can be attributed to personnel for closing a building would mostly be the personnel associated with the central office of that particular building. Like I said, the secretary, the principal, if the building had an assistant principal. Am I correct, or am I being Pollyanna?
I believe the savings of the savings of closing a building is, from a mathematical perspective, is taking significant amount of square footage that requires an awful amount of work that has regular routine maintenance calls happening offline. That will absolutely have an impact. Staffing is absolutely associated to enrollment. When you look at administrative staff, it's not so carte blanche, and I'm going to just speak from past practice, and I can, kind of step forward. I think we all can step forward with what we think, how things would unfold here, and do that analysis. But I can speak from experience. You think you're going to cut this, you think you're going to cut that, but then you look and say, oh, now I have 550 elementary students in one building. One administrator may not make sense there, right? Like, so you think you might, oh, I'm going to get rid of a principal, but it's not. As you look at what you need and what you have, it's not so easy to say this will automatically happen. There's not a formula, and you have to analyze what you're looking at, how many students in a building. Today, Broad Rock has 2 administrators, but there is no dean. So a middle school is hard. It's hard. I came from a district that had 950 students in the middle school. It's a hard couple of years for students. So if we're going to add a grade level there, are we adding a dean? Are we adding another administrator? I'm just saying these are questions and analysis that I would be afraid to say, yes, we're going to cut a nurse. Yes, we're going to cut a principal. Yes, we're going to cut guidance staff that we really don't even have in most cases, for younger ones. So I wouldn't feel like office staff is such a carte blanche. Because you close a building, you could get rid of staff. I think you still have to do the analysis. The facilities, the operational costs, I believe strongly, I know because I live it every day, that there will be an impact. I think we need to hire somebody to come in and do that cost analysis. It is not an expensive analysis audit that can be done, that you have done. And I've thought from day one, that's what we needed to do. We can continue to have the superintendent do a cost analysis on a facility. I don't think it's a good use of my time during a pandemic. We have been working on this for months. We all have. Rob has been sat with us. We've all tried to work on this and analyze it. At a certain point, if this is meaningful to everybody, and it just feels like a no-brainer that moving forward, we would have a formal study done on the impact to the facilities and the cost savings. And of course, if you have a decrease in enrollment, you would have an impact to your staffing. And it's here at least been happening over time through retirement for teaching staff.
So, Rory, I'm going
to. I guess my point was that reduction in staff it is not specifically tied to this facilities project, but more tied to and I'm talking about reduction in teaching staff, is more tied to the declining enrollment than it is to the number of buildings that we're supporting.
Indirectly, I believe the consolidation of a middle school programming all together in one place, elementary programming all together in one place, will have some level of impact to your staffing. Will it be a reduction? I don't know. I believe it will be more efficient moving forward we can leverage that. So for example, elementary model looks different than middle school. We now have Broad Rock that has both. I think approaching a building as a pure elementary model, approaching the middle school as a pure middle school model, and then how you can be efficient as you continue to staff it will have a positive impact and be able to allow us to think about our staffing in a the most efficient manner, which ultimately will have an impact to your staffing. So I don't, that's not going to happen year one though. That's going to happen at first. You have to transition, build the programming. And so it's the move in the right direction to have elementary together and have middle school together.
So
Thank you.
if I
Thank
may, I
you.
just want to jump in because I think that Linda's reply there helps answer Rory's question as well. You know, how much confidence do we have in this? We're in a process here. We're not at a sort of black and white answer. We need to move from really squishy, you know, we might possibly under some circumstances, we need to move to something concrete in terms of a schedule of reduction in the PTT to the schools in order to make this work. If we're looking at 209 plus superinflationary tax increases for 5 years, you could go from the $5,700 tax bill on the $400,000 home to a $7,200 tax bill in 5 years. That is not going to work. That is not going to work. We're going to start really causing trouble if we do that. We need to find these savings. We need to make them real, and we need to start planning for using them smartly.
Thanks, Rob. Christy Fish.
Linda, to go back to what you said about the cost analysis, who makes the decision to move forward with that?
The school committee, we can take a look at doing, I'd like us also to take a look at building utilization study as well. And there are folks who do that. There are a couple other studies that we've talked about in the past that I think would make good sense for us to do. We're doing right now in equity, you know, we just looked right at the XQ audit around equity and doing that analysis. And that will have an impact to how we approach our programming. So I think some folks do a really big comprehensive study. I think for the complex situation we're in right now, it might make sense for us to think about a handful of studies focused on different areas, and then having that would give us concrete data. I have trouble, you know, hypothesizing and making decisions. I need the data in front of me to make the decisions. And I think we all do.
I just feel like with all the questions that everyone has and with Rob's concerns, as a committee, it should be a priority for us to talk about that and move forward with something like that so that everybody could feel more confident with more data, right? The more data we have, the better decisions we can make.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. It occurs to me just one item in the operational savings discussion that we really haven't touched on at all is the transportation savings that we could anticipate from taking Columbia Street offline, which has to be significant given our transportation budget and the place of busing kids to Columbia Street at this point. So I feel like we're missing that. I think it's clear to me that taking over 100,000 square feet offline is also going to save money, energy, maintenance, especially when we're talking about going from an old building to a new building. So really it's not a question of, you know, obviously whether there will be savings, about how much they're going to be. There's going to be more than that $1 million mark. I would suspect yes, if you just add those maintenance costs and the transportation costs. And then on top of that, we're talking about staffing costs potentially changing in a positive direction. So I think all those things tend to augur to the benefit of the town. We're also talking about opportunities for, you know, potentially, you know, it's not going to make a lot of money to sell the Columbia Street location, but bringing development into town should benefit the local economy significantly. Improving our education system should benefit the local economy as well. We need to take into consideration other externalities besides negative externalities as we go through consideration of these developments. Other comments or questions about these operational savings? We do still have an item on the agenda for public comment. Good to get to that. All right, seeing none, I will move us along to item 4 on the agenda, which is public comment. It is 10:25, so getting late, so please be conscientious of others who want to speak. Greg Sweet, you are first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Greg Sweet. A number of things that were talked about tonight. One of them, I thought National Grid replaced all the lighting in, I thought all the schools, but certainly at the Columbia Street and Curtis Corner with LED lights under their program several years ago. And I don't know how long several is. Could have been 5 years, could have been 15 years. But I thought that was already done. I actually thought they did it town-wide, but I could be wrong. Because, if you don't know the answer, that's fine. But if that was done, then there may not be as big a savings switching to LED lighting from LED. Just something to consider. In looking through the manual, well, I'll call it a manual, with the stage 2 application binder, I saw that you're using VAV boxes throughout the building. Are those going to be providing the 55-degree air, constant 55-degree air? That's probably something for either Sam or Tracy.
So I can respond to that, Greg. Those are schematic mechanical system designs right now, and once it goes into stage 3, it'd be more detailed as to actual what VAV box is going to be selected, if that is still the system that moves forward.
Okay. Are you still looking at the water source heat pumps?
It's still an option. If you read the energy analysis and evaluation from the engineers, it's not the most efficient system,
Right.
but it's always an option and can be evaluated again once you go into stage 3.
The maintenance should be higher on those too, just food for thought.
Right.
On the VAV boxes, and I know it's just planning, are you figuring, what are you going to be using for heat, you think, to reheat the air? Electric?
It's an option, especially with the photovoltaics. Again, it's still very conceptual right now.
Because if it's electric, obviously everybody knows that's going to be a fair amount higher than gas or oil. Something else, the $209 increase in what everybody will be paying, people can say, yes, it's a lot, and no, it isn't. But that's not all it's going to be. The state's kicking in part of the money, and ultimately we pay the state. Taxes are going to go up for that. There's no question about it. Is it going to go up $1? I don't know. Is it going to go up 150? I don't know. But it is going to be on top of this 209. So that also has to be considered to be fair, I think.
So Greg, on that one point, the only thing I would suggest is that if we don't get state reimbursement, that doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't get the state reimbursement. So you're right, we're going to be paying for the state program, but we're going to be paying for the state program whether we're the beneficiaries of it or not. Somebody else is going to be the beneficiary if we're not.
Yeah, no question, and I get that. It's just everybody needs to know that it's going to be more than the 209. And like I said, I don't know if it's $1 or $100. I just don't know. Let me see. If you have a lot of speakers, you want to bring someone else in so I can check off what I've gone over. I can get to the other stuff later. It's up to you.
Sure, and maybe some of the other speakers will get to questions that you have.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine.
All right. Next on the list is Bob. And Bob, if you would state your name for the record.
He should be coming in momentarily. There he is.
All right, Bob, you are in the meeting, but you need to unmute yourself. If you're new to this, it's down in that lower left-hand corner with that microphone icon. Just click on that. Bob, you are still muted. If you have...
okay,
I'm
on now.
Yep.
Yeah, there was nothing there, believe it or not. Well, first of all, what a long journey for everybody. I've been watching you for months and months on this, and I want you to know that I personally appreciate it. I know a lot of other people do as well. I just want to reiterate something I said several months ago. This whole concept of moving the high school away from Columbia Street is hardly a new one. Go back multiple school committees in the past, and I think I've already said it. They actually talked about moving it up to where Village at the Commons is. That was talked about as, it was called Cherry Hill. That was talked about being a multi-school complex at one time. Then when the Diamond property was purchased behind Curtis Corner, that was purchased with the intent of being a high school complex someday way up in the back. But there were difficulties way back there. So the gain was the park and athletic fields. So the concept of getting away from Columbia Street is not a new one at all. I heard a couple of questions tonight that people had about transportation. I think Michelle asked the question about kids being transported for practices. Well, if any of you are old enough, you'll remember that all the athletic contests were held at Old Mountain Field for the most part years ago. We had soccer, boys and girls, field hockey, football. We had them all. But there were multiple problems with that over the years as the school population increased and the fan base increased. We had students hit by cars. We had a field hockey player hit by a car. That's why Church Street is now one way. Used to be two-way traffic on that, and kids coming from school or going back to school from the athletic fields or Old Mountain Fields, and it was pretty tight. And we had a girl hit by a car as two cars were trying to come across that bridge, and she was coming out onto 108. We also had a physical education student hit at a crosswalk that goes right by the softball field during the school day, during class. It was a pretty serious accident. He's okay today. He's much older, but he's fine. It was to the point where we had the physical education teachers standing out in the road with stop signs to get the kids into class and back to school. We went to there was a highway traffic safety committee in town back then, and they're the ones that helped us change the Church Street exit to one way onto 108. But there was also a pedestrian bridge talked about at one time. I won't go into this too much longer. We actually asked for another traffic light, but they told us to walk to the one down by Benny's, where Job Lot is now. So there's been multiple problems with that. So we started transporting the kids over to all the other fields when they were built after school for practices. So that should answer the question. It's always since Terry Lynch has been there, and halfway through my tenure there, we had buses transporting kids to practices over at Curtis Corner, Tuckertown, all over the place for safety reasons. Plus, it was legally our obligation to do so. Another thing that I'd like to say is I've been involved in some projects in the past where money was left on the table. And down the road, that money that was left on the table ended up being paid for by taxpayers. And we had projects that were proposed. We had projects that weren't completed. We had projects that had reimbursement. And by the time the projects were completed, we lost some of that reimbursement money and had to ask the taxpayers for more. This scenario has gone on for years, and I've seen where we put things off and we lose the opportunities that we have to. This 50% is very attractive as far as I'm concerned. I'll leave it to the experts to say whether we can afford it or how good of a project it is. Looks pretty good to me from what I hear, but that 50% reimbursement, I got a feeling that might be the last time in your lifetimes, and certainly mine, that you'll ever see something like that on the table. So that's my 2 cents worth, and I hope you all give us a chance to vote on it. Thank you.
Bob?
Yes.
I just want to clarify you're Bob Kavanaugh for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Bob Kavanaugh. May I say one more thing? This just came to mind. Why was South Kingstown High School built on Columbia Street? That's because that's where most of the kids were back then. I could go down Main Street start up by Jaber's Liquors, Tower Hill Road. I could go all the way down through Wakefield and tell you the names of the kids that lived in the houses that are now all office buildings. There were tons of kids in that area. There are many fewer now. And as everyone knows, the kids are spread out all over the place. So I think when you have a high school over at Curtis Corner, you probably find that more kids will walk to school, as we did to Columbia Street way back when, because that's where all the kids were concentrated. So thank you very much, and thanks for all you do.
Thanks, Bob. All right, Raisa Mosher. You are good to go.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and be quick. I know it's late, and thank you guys very much for all of your input and all of your questions. I appreciate Bob's historical perspective. I actually hadn't heard those, horrible stories about what happened at the end of Church Street, and I know walking across to Old Mountain Field is tricky even today. I want to just go back to and give you a tiny quick historical perspective of the start of this project, because I think you guys talked about it a little bit, and Abel referred to it as apples and oranges, and I'd like to refer to it as green apples and red apples, because it really did start as a result of the Jacobs report. It started initially with a conversation during a budget with the town council, and the town council said to us, look, we're giving, tax increases year after year. You've got declining enrollment. We'd like you to look at your building utilization. And that was it. So that part of Abel's recollection is accurate. But very shortly after that, the bonus incentives, the $250 million bond, was something that was talked about with Seth Magaziner, and the Jacobs report came out. So as a result, rather than us as a school department and town council working together alone without a consultant or without a firm, we moved forward with jointly interviewing and hiring, and the process that you see or have seen moving forward today. So from that, the first stage 1 application went through, it went through with the RGB architects, and it did go through to RIDE. So I think Abel referred to the first iteration not going through RIDE. It did, and it passed. And then the second, I have here in my notes, I'm sorry, we didn't vote on any configurations until after the Jacobs report was out, and the stage 1 submission with the closure of Wakefield Elementary did go to RIDE. And then I think somebody referred to, and I'm not remembering who, that the plan was rejected by RIDE when stage 2 was rejected, the first stage 2 that went through. So I actually pulled up the letter that they sent back, that RIDE sent back. And in fact, they said in the application, South Kingstown is requesting state aid for district-wide repairs, as well as additions and major renovations at Broad Rock and South Kingstown High School. Given that the documentation required by the school construction regulations to substantiate that the proposed solution is the most educational, appropriate, and cost-effective solution, and furthermore, to establish a realistic scope of work and a credible cost estimate. At the moment, the LEA's application does not provide a comprehensive and holistic description of scopes of work or the costs associated with the project. Once the school building authority has completed its review, we can set up a meeting to discuss, et cetera, et cetera. So we're here years later. This was March of 2019. We're here years later talking about cost again. That was the concern of RIDE, and it certainly, what it says is that there was not evidence in the documentation in the stage 2 application to substantiate the proposed project. So it was not that they said, we don't like your project. So I'm just, there's a whole lot of everything flying around, and I appreciate people who have said we want to stick to facts and stick to what actually happened. So I wanted to pull that up for people. I do want to say, I do appreciate Bob's input about the athletics, but as it stands today, the kids are practicing at Old Mountain Field for most of, I think, perhaps the only sport I haven't been able to verify that goes to Curtis Corner to practice, maybe lacrosse. Other than that, all of the other sports practice at either Old Mountain Field, Broad Rock, Tuckertown, the Boss Arena, et cetera. And there is not a bus provided for that. The kids, the buses are provided for away games. So that savings for a bus, as far as I know, and perhaps there can be documentation presented otherwise to you guys, is not, to my recollection, accurate. And then the other thing is that I wanted to ask if the science labs and the other spaces, the CT8E spaces, and this is Tracy and I don't see her, are they now add alternates? Is that what they're considered now?
No, they are considered to be funded with the PAYGO funds.
So that's a certainty. So that's an additional cost of the project for certain, that those will be paid for with PAYGO. Yes?
That's the intent.
Is it for, so when will we know that's certain?
It has been said from, I guess, Rob and the town that is the intent, to reinvest that back into the renovations.
Okay, so as I understand it, and I might be wrong, PAYGO is confusing, that the reimbursements that we're getting will go back into the project. They're not going to be something that the taxpayers see, because I have here, if we're choosing between bathrooms and science labs, then we don't have the money for the project. And that science labs were one of the main reasons that we were looking to renovate. That was a huge deal. And then the other thing, and this is maybe minor, like Michelle said, but it's not minor in the minds of the teachers that I know and that I have spoken to. I sat in ed spec meetings years ago with the high school teachers, and we were even talking about, I've been saying this, and finally there's an answer on an FAQ about sharing classrooms. And I think that that's something that teachers need to know, because I think that it is something that they're not aware of, and that I know with the teachers who were in that meeting, and there were many, it was the Broad Rock Library, and they didn't know that they were talking about sharing classrooms at Columbia, and that is not something that the teachers were interested in at all. And in fact, they were quite upset at the concept. So I think that that's something, again, just goes to making sure that everybody has all of the information about the project, so that we can make as an informed decision as possible. And I think that is it. And I hope that I have been, I want to end with saying, and I've said this before, I think it's unfair to say that people who express concerns about this plan don't have the best interest of kids in mind, because I think if we can stop pushing against each other and start really listening to some of these concerns and in a very real way, then we can make the best possible project for the kids and for the town. And so I think I bristle a little bit when I hear that people who push back, it's because they don't have the best interest of the kids. That couldn't be further from the truth. I think the best project is what's best for kids. So that's all. Thank you guys very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Melissa Toll.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to share some thoughts that I had personally. And so I just wrote down my thoughts, and I'm just going to read this off to you. Esteemed members of the South Kingstown School Committee and Town Council, I want to share with you my own thoughts and feelings on the decision that stands before you. In the coming days, you will have to make the decision to submit the Stage 2 project to the Rhode Island Department of Education. As a seasoned and committed member of the building committee, as a parent of 3 children who will be directly impacted by your action or your inaction, and as a local taxpayer who will contribute to the cost, I ask you to submit this project. I trust our superintendent, who stands behind this project and who has worked hard to utilize her expertise and the expertise of other respected educators to develop the educational guidelines that drive this. I trust our town manager, who has consistently affirmed the importance of staying within our community members' ability to pay. I readily admit this is not a perfect plan or a perfect location or the perfect timing, and we don't have the perfect budget, but we never will. There's no such thing, and there never will be. I do personally believe, however, that this is a good plan and a good location and a good budget, particularly with a substantial reimbursement from the state. And if 2020 has taught us everything, it's that try as we might, we can't plan for everything. We don't know what the future will hold despite our best predictions. And so moving forward with this project is a risk. However, I think there's a far greater risk in sitting on our hands. If we further delay this, it means more and more students will have to wait longer or maybe never see the benefits that this facility plan can deliver. It means millions less reimbursement from the state, plus more money spent due to inflation. It means more money spent on architectural services, since we'll be forced to start from the beginning again. It also means more time lost for kids who could be learning in facilities that would keep them safer and drier, and that will be designed in ways that are more conducive to how our educators are teaching. As newly appointed chair of the school building committee, I affirm that should this project continue, I will continue to work to make this project the best that it can be. Our committee will work to continue improving our conversation with the community and working to answer the questions that are still unanswered, resolving the issues that are still unresolved, and improving and fleshing out this design. Please give the residents of South Kingstown to have their voices heard through a bond vote. Please don't take from them the opportunity to decide how their money should be spent, how their buildings should be maintained, and how their students should be educated. Then, if the collective voice affirms this project, we can move forward together. And if the collective voice decides against this project, we can confidently and considerately determine the next steps. If you do choose to submit stage 2, I will look forward to voting in favor of this project. And I can honestly say, I will look forward to the day when my taxes increase because it will be money well spent. We will be investing in the next generation, and we will be investing in the buildings and the land that have been entrusted to our care. I personally feel that the stakes are too high to delay this any further. Please give the community the opportunity to decide how they want to invest their resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Next is Rich Morrissey. I did just want to clarify quickly to Race's point. It was contentious and it was a while ago, but I'm quite certain that we never did submit a RIDE application that would have closed Curtis Corner and Wakefield School. I know that the school committee at one point voted to explore option B, but we never submitted that to RIDE.
Am I all set? I can't hear you. Okay, so this is Rich Morrissey. I have three different points I guess I'd like to make tonight, listening to the discussion of everybody. And I'll start with the comment or the discussions around how do you forecast operational savings and how do you go after getting those? What I see in about a year's time, being interested in following this process, is that we continue to talk about how hard it is to figure out what operational savings we can get, but I don't see a lot of accountability and ownership and responsibility to go identify them forecasted wise, to find a metric around how we could potentially achieve it, and then adjust it on an annual basis based on the additional information that comes into the project as it moves forward, whether it's around mechanical costs or building costs or resource costs. What's very concerning to me is this conversation has been going on for years, and we're still searching for operational savings, which Rob has clearly articulated the town needs to be able to deliver and the school needs to be able to deliver in order to make this the right plan for the community. I am all about investing in the younger population and schooling and education. It's where this country has to depend on those students to move us forward as a nation, but it's got to be the right plan. And I don't see any ownership or accountability for how we're going to get there. And to me, a forecast is just that. It's a forecast. It's not accurate. It will never be 100%. When I was in business and we forecasted product, we were lucky to sometimes be 35 or 40% right in our forecast. So I think we have to find a way to get some better definition. What I see as the opportunities for cost savings is just a bigger list of potentials, but nobody's stepping forward to say, these are the 3 or 4 areas where I think we can go drive some savings. Let's go dive into those and let's create some details around them that we can measure and that we can understand and that we can adjust to. So that's one observation I see. And that's over a year that I've been involved, and very little to no clarity coming through on operational cost savings. I think it needs to be resolved as it goes forward, whether the town council and the school committee vote to move this part of the application forward or not. Secondarily, Rob, around taxes, my suggestion in terms of the impact to the community on a tax assessment is that maybe we shouldn't be talking about it at a median level on a $400,000 home or a $350,000 home, but maybe a low, medium, and a high level, because there are ranges. And so that $209, or now you said tonight $300 you referred to with the inflation cost, is really, it's a bigger impact to me, because my home assessment, the value of my home is not $350,000, not $400,000, but it's higher. So I think to be at least a better way to communicate to the population of the town is to give the 3 data points. If you're in this median range, this is what it looks like. If you're in this lower range from a assessment perspective, this is what it looks like. If you're in the higher range, this is what it looks like. I think it would be more informative to the community to understand that from an overall cost perspective in terms of where things go. And then 2 other points. We talk about savings from the buildings that we're no longer going to occupy. Have you and I don't know the answer to this, it's a question and a concern. Have you factored in that as long as we own those buildings, you still have an operating cost? You're going to insure it. You're going to have to keep the heat on in the wintertime. You're going to have to keep water running through the plumbing. You're going to have to fix things that break just to keep the general building from falling apart, like the Palisades buildings have, and just down the street there. So there is an operating cost to the town of those facilities, even though they're not occupied. And I don't know if those were factored into the overall savings, assuming we're just going to get out of the high school and that cost goes to 0, because it doesn't go to 0. We still own the building, and God forbid we would just let it get decrepit and all broken up, because then the real estate value goes down. So I don't know where those numbers come in terms of the estimated savings of the 1.2 million, but there is an operating cost there that needs to be understood and factored back in if it hasn't been addressed. And then I guess the one last comment I would make is I'm actually pretty disappointed about the way we've gone about addressing community input. What has happened with community input turned more into a marketing scheme to sell people on a plan. It was not, to me, a open, communicative means to allow the people in the community to have input to what they think is a better plan, or a way to improve the plan, or a way to change the plan. And the way it was presented to us was not that at all. It's a marketing plan. We've hired a marketing company to sell the process of building a new school to this community to get the referendum passed. And I have to say, I get the times that we're in. It's not easy to open up a school and let everybody else into a building to talk about that. It's not going to happen. It's hard to get people on these calls and spend 4 hours on a phone call waiting for your turn to have 3 minutes. But there has to be a better way to allow the community to participate in a process where you're asking us to spend $80 million or $95 million or whatever that number ends up being out of our pockets to make this town better than the next town, and to draw more people in and to draw more students in. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Dave Palazzani.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Dave.
All right, great. Thank you. Dave Palazetti, I'm chairman of the Recreation Commission, and I was calling in to report on the Recreation Commission, but I can't help myself to engage in this discussion of operational savings. So if you give me a couple minutes, I would just like to share a few thoughts. There's been a lot of discussion about hypothetical savings, leaps of faith based on square footage and things of that. And it is very hard at the schematic design phase to actually come up with an actual maintenance and operations savings. But I'll give you a real world example. And it happened on Narragansett Bay campus, just down the road from us. In 2009, we built the new Ocean Science Exploration Center, replacing a 1968 building. The building is LEED Silver certified, can't be more energy efficient than you can get. But to achieve those savings, we have as many fan coil units, individual heating cooling units inside that building as the entire rest of my 150-acre campus. That's 20 other buildings. Just wanted to let that sink in a little bit. So yes, what that means is we had to hire double the maintenance staff to handle one building, which means we had to double the cost of our filters. And these new systems are highly technical, and my maintenance staff isn't qualified to operate them, so we have to use subcontractors. They went from pneumatic to digital controls. That's a software program. It has to get updated periodically. After 10 years, the software is no longer compatible with security, and you have to replace it at tens of thousands of dollars to a proprietary system. So I guess my point is, oh, and by the way, it's all fully air conditioned, and that is my #1 user of electricity on the entire campus. Again, a LEED Silver certified building, top tier, energy efficient, sustainable, is the largest energy user on my entire campus, has the largest maintenance cost of any building on my campus. So I push back when I hear these conversations of, oh, we're taking 100,000 square feet off and we're going to be more operational, more efficient because we have new modern facilities. It's not the case. The money might be marginal in your utilities, but your physical maintenance costs are going to increase. Additionally, what is specified on the drawings right now are prepackaged heating and cooling rooftop units, one of the cheapest systems you can get. The architects and engineers I work with won't even put them on our buildings because in a salt air environment, they have a 10-year life cycle, which means when you're halfway through paying the debt on your 20-year bonds, you're going to have to replace all your heating and cooling systems that are on the roofs of those buildings. And I'm sure that life cycle cost is not included in the analysis you saw today. Now they can fix that. They can go to a more energy efficient system when they get into design development. And that's going to mean that the costs are going to increase. And that's why I'm going to segue myself to the Recreation Commission. So the Recreation Commission, we had our meeting last night. And after months of trying to get meetings with the school building committee and the architects, we finally got in. And I reported this out prior to your vote, the town council vote in the fall, that we had finally come to an acceptable site plan. And we're still at that point right now. But my fear right now, and the fear of the commissioners, and they asked me to bring this to you, is that we maintain this site plan if and when cost overruns come in. So if you want to do a more expensive initial heating and air conditioning system, or if you want to bring those science labs back into the budget ahead of the classroom or the bathroom renovations, if any of those things are occurring, we just ask that the site plan does not change, because where we are right now is a good site plan. It works for the town, park facilities. I think it works for the school athletic facilities, the student athletes. It's a decent plan. But if we don't want to see it reverted back to the original plan that paved over some of our fields and removed the disc golf course and a few other issues. The other concern that we have about the project, though, that remains is accessibility, particularly the midday parking for people that want to use the park and for traffic related to the area. specifically joggers and bikers that use South Road or Curtis Corner Road to get to the bike path. And there are quite a few of them that do that. South Road is not a very safe road as it is for joggers and bikers. So we'd appreciate the consideration of maybe some safety improvements along that road. I don't think it's wide enough to put in a bike lane, but if there's things that we could do to improve that entire stretch of the road, I think that would be critical, because as the town manager said, we're taking traffic out of the Columbia section of town and we're moving it towards Curtis Corner. And that is one of our concerns. I also just wanted to point out, the manager did mention the beta traffic study. The beta traffic study did find that there'd be not a overly significant impact. And maybe that's still the case, but if you read the traffic study itself, there's some very flawed assumptions in that traffic study. First of all, they only account for about 70% of the student parking. They forgot about the juniors that already park on Curtis Corner School, or excuse me, on the Old Mountain Field next to the Columbia Street School. They also didn't account for the 45 new housing units that are planned for development within a half-mile radius of the Curtis Corner site. If you look at the traffic study, they say there'll be no increase in the base traffic. But I think we all know that 45 units over about a 1 mile section of road is going to have a lot of traffic, especially in the morning when those folks want to, be going to work. But I think the most glaring error in the traffic study is when they were collecting their data, half of the days that they did their traffic count were days when URI was not in session. Now, COVID is a curse for sure, but for those of us that drive to URI on a regular basis, the traffic on South Road and Kingston Road has been non-existent for the past year. But once those students come back, and I sure hope they do very soon, you'll see on the mornings it backs up from the 138 traffic light all the way down Kingston Road past the propane dealership. And for those students that are no longer allowed to live in the Narragansett housing that have now moved more to Matunic, South Road is that short cut through as well, and traffic starts to back up on that. So again, that additional load may not be enough to tip the scales, but it's not a very good assessment. And to me, it just points out that there's a lot of holes in this entire study. And I'm not suggesting which way you vote one way or another, but there's a lot of holes in this plan, and it is really a leap of faith if we're going forward with it. I have my own feelings about your consultants and whether or not they should be rehired. And I think I've been pretty public about that. But that is another thing that has to be considered because you deserve better for what you paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Ryan Muir.
Hi. Hello, everybody. First, my name is Ryan Muir. I'd like to thank you guys all for tonight. It was really informative and I appreciate your time. I'll be quick. I'm a community member. I am a teacher and I have 3 kids in the district. And I'm just very excited to have the opportunity to vote on this. And I hope that you guys put it through for a vote. I'm really excited for my students and for my kids to have a real high school campus. The Curtis Corner area is beautiful, and it would make a real sense of community for supporting sports and after school activities. And I think in general, it would be a great move for our entire community. So I appreciate the work you guys are doing, and I fully support putting this to a vote for the community to decide. So thanks for your time. Have a great night, guys.
Thank you. Georgia Blakeney. And you are muted at the moment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is actually not Georgia. That's my daughter. This is Jimmy Blakeney.
Thought so.
Everybody can hear me okay?
Yep. Go ahead.
So first, just thanks everybody. I'm really I really feel lucky to live in a town where we have a competent town manager, a competent town council, school committee, and superintendent. And that's evident from these meetings that I've been trying to attend and listen to. Rob, the presentation you gave was really informative, really nicely done. I submit that that be sent to the high school to be included in the civics lessons. And I think that on the whole, this project looks very good. And certainly the matching funds aren't going to last. And this is an opportunity. The concerns are valid. I don't discount the concerns, and the fiscal concerns, the financial concerns are totally valid. But I feel that on the whole, that we must move ahead. And I have confidence in Rob and in our town and in all of you to hold ourselves accountable and responsible for meeting these fiscal requirements and to have that 1.2 million. And I will be paying attention to that for sure. But I do feel we should move forward. We should vote on this and keep going forward. The final point, I did propose, design, and build the disc golf course. So I will hold also all of you accountable, hopefully at some level, whoever I can, to that we will have the space to modify the course as needed if we do get to the point that that is what's going to happen. So thank you and good night.
Good night. Next is Greg Sweet.
Hello. Good thing David talked. He caught on, talked about some of the stuff I was going to. One of the things I've been asking for, and I would say I'm not going to get it tonight. I didn't know if it was still in the process of getting, but I'm still looking for the cost between building and the rehab and what I've been calling the site work, everything else. Is that getting any closer?
This is Linda. Tracy may be able to do that tonight. Tracy, sorry.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Let me call that up. Oops, sorry, forgot where I saved that. Stage 2.
Do you think it's going to be a little bit before you can find that, Tracy? We could move on to some other speakers. I know Greg is
I've got some other things I can question.
Certainly, I do have it here. Or you can go on to another question, either one.
All right. The other things I have are Rob, I don't know if you got this. You talked about other things that the town needs, bathrooms, roads, a number of things. Have you gotten a price for making all the town buildings, I'm going to say COVID approved, that's what I'll call it. Because I would imagine that we're going to run into millions there with all the buildings. The only reason I say that is because of what the school is running into.
Yeah, no, we don't have the same population, and we don't have the same density of people in town buildings. Our offices tend to be small with maybe 3 or 4 town employees in those buildings. We have put up protective shields at every counter in town hall already. And I don't anticipate, other than HVAC systems, I don't anticipate any major renovations necessary because of COVID. Our real issue is just getting the buildings, public facilities up to snuff. generally, getting them code compliant, getting the bathrooms updated, getting, the pavements to where they need to be, the parking lot at Town Hall, our parking lots across the town inventory, they're all in pretty rough shape.
Won't you have to bring in outside air and change the filtering systems though in the buildings, or are you going to be exempt from having to do that?
Yeah, again, we don't know, but that's the one thing that I think we could end up with a significant expense around for COVID.
Okay, I bring it up, and I know you know why I do. We don't know what other expenses are going to be in the town, so that 209 could very well be, $400 or $300. One thing is, to me, that's a real concern. The other night, Emily had said that if we don't get this 50%, this project's not doable. That kind of tells me that this is really, really close. What is wanting to be done and the money available. So if we have to get this, actually, she's talking about it, actually an extra 15%, because 35 apparently is guaranteed. Just to me, that's got to be really, really, really watched, because we can go over pretty easily, I think. And my last comment is, if we do run over, do we know where that money is going to come from? Because I think that's a real strong possibility.
So the program is designed, Greg, so that scope can be reduced at the high school. That's the first place you'd look for the reduction. If the budget goes over, the first thing they're going to be looking to do is to reduce the scope of the renovations or reduce the size of the new spaces. That's the first thing. The next possibility is you start looking at changing operations in the school department. So that becomes a real challenge, because you're now not doing controlled reduction in operational costs. You're doing forced reduction in operational costs. And that's something we want to avoid, because you want to be able to plan and maintain the integrity of the programs. That's why the operational cost conversation is so important. We do not want to be dealing with uncontrolled or unanticipated forced reductions, but we could find ourselves there.
Okay, because typically when you find these overruns, you're kind of at the point of no return. And that's what'll make it difficult. You're going to get to a certain point, and if you do overrun, you can't just say, well, the hell with the project. You're going to have to get more money. There's no question about it. You're not going to leave a 90% complete building. So I'm still waiting for Tracy, I guess. I don't know.
I'm ready.
All right.
Okay, if you're all set.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Yep, I just have to be allowed to share screen again.
Susan, can you make that?
Go ahead, Tracy.
Yep, I got it. Okay, can you see this slide for Curtis Corner site costs?
Yes.
Okay, so this is obviously showing the site plan. The majority of the site costs, since we are using the existing Onion Road and keeping the existing parking lot with a little bit of work in front here, are associated with the building addition, the 85,000 square foot building addition, the earthwork associated with that, and then some of the new adjacent parking lots. That's the majority of the work. And I have the numbers here. They are categorized as they are directly from the cost estimate breakdown. And I'll call that up for you. You can see here, this is C2E's new addition cost estimate project summary. The site costs are categorized as earthwork, exterior improvements, and utilities. So these are the costs that are associated with that. The percentage of hard cost here, and if you get to the total cost, It's about 8.5% of the overall subtotal of hard cost. The profit, the bond, the contingency, all the soft costs, escalation would all be added to both the breakups. So it's proportional. So it would still be that 8.5%.
That's probably where we're having a difference of opinion, because to me, the parking areas that you're creating, one, you're tearing a building down to do that. And that's, to me, is not part of building and rehab.
No, this is only work associated with the new work, the new construction, and the additions. That's where he put all of the site cost. If you look at the cost summary breakdown for the renovation, because I had him do 2 separate cost estimates, one for the new construction and one for the renovation portion of the Curtis Corner School, all the site costs are carried in the new work proposal. So this is strictly based on the earthwork for the new additions and then associated site improvements for the parking lots, widening of the road, that type of thing.
Okay, we're just in disagreement on what is the building and the rehab, and then what is site work. That's all. My point being, at Columbia Street, there's not as much of the parking lots that have to be made. There's no building has to be torn down.
Yeah, when we were looking at the original scheme for Columbia Street, there was very little building addition.
Yeah.
So there would have been less impact to site and earthwork.
Yeah, and more of it would have gone to classrooms and things of that nature, which this whole project, to me, has to be looked at through those eyes too. The dollar amount's one thing, but waste is something else. And I guess waste is different opinion with different people, that's all.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Greg and Tracy. I think glad we were finally able to get some numbers in front of you, even if you disagree, and maybe that can be followed up with an email.
So I'll just call this up one more time. As I mentioned, this is the additions project summary. There's a unit breakout, and then there's detailed breakout. So there's 3 estimates that have backup to support this same number. So if you go into the detailed estimate and look under Division 21 or Division 27 earthwork, you will see each an individual line item with quantities and cost, unit cost associated, and then the grand total for that category would add up to this number, which is carried in the summary.
Is that the 23 or 24 page document?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So if you're looking for backup, if you want to see how that number was formed and actually what components are in there, that's where you would look for that.
Okay.
Okay.
So I should be able to break out the prices to the way I'm looking at it then.
Well, it's going to actually show, concrete sidewalks and give you a quantity. It's going to show parking bumpers and give you a quantity. It's going to be very detailed. This is the sum.
So I'll be able to look at it and see, okay, these 4 parking lots, I don't consider part of the building. I consider it part of other. So I'll be able to find those and list those separately?
Yes. Yep. This is
Okay.
all site cost only right here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Much appreciated.
Yep.
And next is Alicia Moniz.
Hi, thank you all so much. This is Alicia Manis. I really appreciate everyone's thorough analysis of this. application, and I feel that our folks in town really have a lot of information that they need to make a decision. And I do hope that you will put it forward and allow the people in town to vote. And I do have one question, and I know we've talked a lot about the operational savings, and I get a little bit confused. Are we using the operational savings to fund the bond, the debt from the bond, the 290 in about in taxes, or is that coming from a different part of the tax levy? Yes. Does that make sense?
Sure. So no, the assumption is that there is no cost savings, but no increase in cost. That yields the $209 tax increase for the household with a value of $400,000. The cost savings is important because if you can realize cost savings and put some portion of that toward the debt service, you can offset that 209. 209 is without any cost savings being ascribed to tax relief.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
Christy, I see your hand is up.
I just had a quick question for Tracy based off what Greg asked. Tracy, when you talk about, because this has come up a couple of times, site work, what you're including in the site work, is that fairly typical in this industry of what's included in site work? Because it seems like different people have different definitions of what they're using as site work. So I just want to be on the same page as that.
I'm not sure I understand your question, but yes, this is industry standard. This is CSI format. It's divisions that are related to the specifications, and that's how it's broken out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Raise the motion. You can speak now.
Okay, thank you. Much to my family's chagrin, I am a paper hoarder. So I do have the original stage 1 submission. And I really want to be clear because I want to just make sure that we have facts. So it does in fact refer to the closure of Curtis Corner. It does in fact refer to the closure of Wakefield Elementary School. The introduction talks about option B, which did close Wakefield Elementary School and Curtis Corner. And then as you go through the application, you had time, or not much time, but in section capital facility improvement, section 3 of the stage 1 application, it has each school listed and what capital improvements would be at those schools. And at Curtis Corner, it's crossed out and says school to be closed. And at Wakefield, it's the same thing, school to be closed. So in the stage 1 application, the original stage 1, which was in September of 2018, that passed on to RIDE, it was in fact after we voted on option B, and that was included in the stage 1. So I wanted to be clear about that. And then what happened was a new school committee came on board, and they wanted a new direction for the town. So they reversed the vote and went to option A. And then the stage 2 was submitted. The original stage 2 was submitted without the closure of Wakefield School. So I just wanted to clarify that. Did you?
What's that? I mean, did we not have to vote to submit that at the town council level?
Oh, no, you did. It was stage 1, September of 2018. School committee had school building. It's the same process. School building committee recommends it to the school committee. School committee it goes to the school committee first. They vote, and then the town council votes. I'm happy to send you a picture. It's here. It's right in front of me.
I'm curious to go back and read the minutes. All right.
I'm happy to send it. I'm more than happy to send it to you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jonathan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as someone who was pretty involved for a while, I'm glad to not be doing this too much anymore, although I enjoyed it. And I was happy for the time I did, but I'm very happy for some of the older faces and a lot of the new faces, the energy and effort you're all bringing forward. Yeah, I just want to, we've talked about housing, and I think housing is being talked about more now. But when we're talking about declining enrollment, that has been something that's been talked about over the years, as much as 10 or 15 years, maybe before. And if you have less 55 plus housing, if the town wants to prioritize having family housing, you would probably see that enrollment decline end and potentially reverse. So that's just something to factor into your thinking. And, Ms. Whitford, brought that forward pretty well earlier. I don't know what, I think that the community should be able to have a vote on this. I would kind of say that. It doesn't seem like it's a slam dunk sure thing to do, but it certainly seems feasible. And it seems like it should go past public officials to the public at large to either, as other people have said, either vote it up or down. As far as taxes, and it is a concern, absolutely. I have always come from a perspective, the problem that people have when they deal with me is I come from a perspective of having 5 children who have gone through South Kingstown Public Schools. So for my entire life, including into the future, I will always feel like the property taxes are a good value. Not everybody's in that situation, but I think anybody who lives here would have a tough time thinking that it's not a quality community and that we don't get a good value for our taxes. But if, I think maybe the town council should look in the future as to how taxes are proportioned. And, maybe the elderly tax abatement needs to be increased and expanded if it hasn't in the last few years. And potentially you could consider an abatement, for more working class people, low and moderate income people, if that's the concern. And I think also, and this actually gets to affordability of housing itself, but you might consider having a different tax rate for people who own a second home as opposed to a primary home. And there's, I think there's different ways that could be structured. But if the concern is keeping the tax responsibility more moderate for either low and moderate income folks or for people who live here year round, I think there are ways that can address that. Yeah, and I just, it is all good conversation. I will just say that my last point is that, and I don't know what the correct way to go is, and what could have been done or not. But with the election of 2 years ago, it wasn't the public officials. It just should be clear that it wasn't the public officials who overturned what happened. It really was the public voted to see something different happen. And so that's why that happened. And so that's kind of always good to have that perspective too. I do thank you all.
Thank you. Jonathan, would you mind just stating your full name for the record?
Sorry, Jonathan Daly LaBelle.
Valerie Spiridolozzi.
Hello?
Hello, you are good to go.
Okay, hi. This is Valerie Spiritalozzi. And I've been following this for quite a few years now. And I could talk about a number of different things tonight, but I'll just focus on some of the numbers. So if we look at declining enrollments from a 2017 report, the K-12 enrollment numbers had been decreasing 2 to 4% in the 4 years prior to that report being written. And the future projections at that time were that enrollments would continue to decline an average of 1.3% each year. Now, if we look at the reality of what has happened since that report was written in 2017, and I'm going to ignore this year because many families were forced to make alternate plans due to COVID. So if we just look at what happened from 2017 up until last year, enrollments actually declined 3% per year, much more than the 1.3% per year that had been projected. And last year, the total enrollment was at 2861, which was 110 students less district-wide than what had been projected just 3 years ago. So, and you know, we've heard data in other meetings discussing how the number of employees and FTAs has not declined to match those declining enrollments. So that data is certainly available. One thing that I've heard in the last couple of meetings, I think from the architecture firm, is that Broad Rock has to be expanded first to allow the renovations on CCMS to start. And I really disagree with that strong statement, mostly because I disagree that Broad Rock needs to have any addition at all. It's one of our newest facility. It is our newest facility. And there's so many other options, especially when you look at the declining enrollment that we've had. So, for example, option one, if you look at the capacity of Columbia Street, it's rated for 1,700 students, which means that currently with the 922 students enrolled, it's at 54% utilization. So if we really had to, with current enrollments right now, you could temporarily relocate grades 7 and 8 over to Columbia Street and still only have 82% utilization. Okay, so that's one option, and it does not require adding on to Broad Rock. Option number two, you don't want to put 7th graders with 12th graders. Okay, I can see a lot of people might have issue with that, although I think we could have a school within a school, separate wing, there's so many different options. But let's say you want to keep Columbia Street to just grades 9 through 12 while you add on and renovate at Curtis Corner. You could consolidate 4 elementary schools down to 3, which would generate transportation savings, operational savings, and improve the equity and balance in the schools. You could keep Wakefield, West Kingston, Matunic, which would maintain medium-sized community-based elementary buildings. Peacedale could become your swing space. You could either move grades 5 and 6 over there, or you could move grades 7 and 8 over there. We would require less renovation. But you know, regardless, we're currently massively underutilized on the buildings that are operating. Buildings should have already been closed. And you know, it doesn't matter. I said this in a school board meeting in 2018, and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter which building you close, but something should close. And you know, the sooner the better. Right now, what we've been doing is just pushing it off, pushing it off, pushing it off. We're going to have this new building. We're going to have this new plan. But in the meantime, we haven't closed anything, and the numbers just keep going down, down, down. Again, COVID notwithstanding. I have other concerns, a lot of other concerns, just about some of the aspects of the current plan. For example, one item that I think is not included in this project is replacing the windows of the existing Curtis Corner Middle School building. And I don't see how this could possibly lead to a sustainable, energy efficient, you know, renovated new high school. I certainly believe that our facilities should be upgraded. I'm a parent of 5 children. My kids, several have graduated already. They received excellent education, and it was, you know, based on the teachers and the programs. And I believe firmly in investing in our teachers and our programs and maintaining and upgrading our facilities. We've heard that submitting the stage 2 application now will increase the likelihood of 50% reimbursement. And I agree that this opportunity might not come along again. We've also heard that the details will get ironed out in stage 3, but also that the vision or direction of the plan could not be changed between stage 2 and stage 3. So if the decision has already been made that the location of the future South Kingstown High School, has to be Curtis Corner location, then I hope that some consideration will still be able to be made about other consolidation of buildings and finding more operational and transportation savings as soon as we have more COVID vaccines completed. The plan, we kind of lucked out this year. We needed lots and lots of space to spread people out. Luckily, we were one of the few districts in the state that had it. The plan as it stands now is sinking a lot of money, 26 million, I think, into a newish building at Broad Rock that doesn't really need it, at the expense of not doing things like new windows at the high school, efficient, durable HVAC, renovated science labs, and bathrooms. I would like to see a plan where we can actually get all of those things and we don't have to pick our favorite 2 out of 4. I did poll my children, however, and they would really bump bathrooms up to the top, which I've also said before. Not to mention the fact that no one is even talking about any of the elementary schools in any of these meetings, because each of those are only going to get a couple $100,000 worth of media center facelifts, according to this plan. So I think we're just sinking a lot of money into some places where it doesn't need to go, including even things like relocating different athletic facilities, repaving transportation loops and busing loops that are already in okay shape, and making some changes that don't need money. And the money could just be spent in so many better ways, I feel. So I hope that stage 3 gives us the opportunity to make some really calculated changes and decisions to those types of elements in the plan where I really see a lot of faults still. Thank you.
Thank you. Doral Beasley.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I agree with Valerie on the stage 3 thing. So here's the problem. You have a plan. This plan right now is so, I don't know how to put it. It's so not what we need. And it cannot be fixed in stage 3. Since 2007, the main thrust of this school district, year after year after year, is to maintain as many people on the payroll as they can possibly keep. Number one, that's it, okay? Barrington, this year, 3,400 students. They have 420 people working in our district. We have 2,750 and we have 460. If we had Barrington's 8 students per FTE ratio, we'd have 340 people working in our district right now. So that means we have 120 more people working in this district than Barrington does by ratio. But they have 5-star schools. We don't have a 5-star school. We only have one 4-star school. We pay $24,000 plus per student this year. After I did a cost analysis and Barrington has the lowest transportation cost in Rhode Island for a school district, and we have maybe one of the highest. So I did a cost analysis, and to equate them, to make them equal. So so Barrington had our transportation cost, their price per student this year would be $17,900. Ours is $24,100. Now, there's nobody in the school district, on the school committee or in the administration. And I've asked this question before, how is it possible that we have 120 more people by ratio working in the school district and we have 3-star schools? How is it we pay $6,000 to $7,000 more per student and we have 3-star schools? 2 years ago, 1 out of every 8 students that live in South Kingstown attended another school. It could be a private school, parochial school, another a charter school, or another high school. 1 in 8. Last year, that dropped to 1 in 7. This year, when the numbers finally come out by RIDE, and I know I'm not talking about homeschool now, I'm talking about going to another district.
Doral, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you orient your comments to the stage 2 application, just in the interest of time?
No, because what I'm talking about is directly, it directly involves what you're talking about. Okay, so when the numbers come out in next month or March, I bet it's going to be close to 1 in 6 students that live in South Kingstown don't go here anymore. So here's the problem. Those 120 extra people that we have working here versus like Barrington times what we pay per FTE was $108,000 this year. That's $13 million. $13 million. I've talked about this before. If we could lose, if we could just, every year for the last 10 years, we've lost 148 people over the last 10 years by retirements at the end of the year. For 3 years, 13 of those people were not rehired. You didn't go out and try and find somebody else to fill those places. 3 years, 40 people. If you could take 40 people off of your payroll in the next 3 years, that would cover the cost of $75 million of bonded money. You could build a brand new high school and fix your other schools. You could spend $5 million more per school for all the rest of the schools. That's where your savings have got to come from. You've been all night, you've been talking about operational savings or what you can get out of a building and close a building and new filters and all that stuff. That's not where the money's, that's not where we're hemorrhaging money in this town, in this district. It's people. You can't spend $24,000 per student and have 3-star schools. The superintendent said, no, excellence in education, amazing programs. Yes, we do have certain amazing programs, like the music program at the high school. I agree. But overall, if you have 3-star schools, that proves that we don't. Now, when Tracy had the schematic up there, the bird's eye view of Curtis Corner, I said this in a couple of meetings before. You could build a 2-story school. It would take up half of the footprint of this new expanded thing that you did, this 1-star thing, the 1-story thing. You wouldn't have to move. You wouldn't have to. You could keep the tennis courts where they are. You wouldn't have to put more new tennis courts at South Road. You could put your administration offices in the new high school, and that they would be paid for as part of the project. you wouldn't have to knock down a portion of South Road School. That whole school by itself, that building, that could then be sold off if you wanted to. I just, you know, 5 weeks ago, I was on my way to Rhode Island Hospital with a heart attack. And you know, when you're saying goodbye to your wife at the doors, you know, and you're not sure if you're going to see them again, it's really kind of put things for me in perspective. And people have been telling me not to get back into this because it's how much stress and it's been put on me. So this may be the last time you hear from me, but I just can't understand why this school district, the superintendent, the school NEASK can't give. It's time for you to give back to the students and the taxpayers of this town. You've been getting it for 17, 18, 20 years. It's time for you to give. And lastly, this, I'm on a fixed income. So my Social Security raise this year was $21 a month. Now, I have other income. So that's not, I don't live just on my Social Security, but there are people in this town that live only on their Social Security. So when you said, oh, well, it's just $209. Or when Stephanie Cantor put on Twitter something about, oh, it's only $70. Well, you know, for some people, the $70 or the $209, that's a lot of money. You need to think about those people too. Because that's the largest in the most in the demographic of this town. It's increasing at the fastest rate are people over 65. Thank you.
Darrell, I wish you good health.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sean.
Hello, my name is Sean Deibler. Thank you for your time. How is the sewer main in Curtis Corner and the septic system at South Road being paid for?
So an initial thought on that would be that it would have to be a project that's picked up probably by the town. It's probably a one-time increase in the budget for the Public Works Department.
Okay. What is the funding source for the school department's capital improvement plan?
So their entire budget is multiple sources, but the CIP is generally from tax revenue, local tax revenue.
So when they start their CIP, our taxes will increase.
They do capital improvement projects now. They haven't, you know, they do, this is not a new thing. There's always been a capital improvement line item, if you will, in their budget. And it is subject to reimbursement or eligible for reimbursement as well. So of the $7.6 million that worth of projects, you'd expect about 50% reimbursement on that as well. And again, another item to keep in mind about their CIP is the requirement that RIDE has is that you list what you're going to seek reimbursement for. You're not committed to spending that money, however. You don't have to do $7.6 million worth of projects. But if you don't list $7.6 million worth of projects, you cannot receive reimbursement on those projects. So you overlist what you're going to actually realistically do during the CIP period.
Okay, because they're averaging about 1.5 million per year, which is about a 30 cent per thousand increase in the tax base if without the reimbursement from RIDE.
Okay.
So, and my last question is on the operational savings. Does that reduce the minimum mandated tax transfer from the town to the school department?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but no, it doesn't. The state legislature has separated the 4% cap on property tax levies and the 4% request that can be made from the school department in any municipality, and debt service. Debt service is treated completely differently.
No, I understand that, but the town has to transfer the same amount next year as they did this year. So if to the school department.
The maintenance of effort requirement, yes.
Yes. So if they're realizing operational savings, does that maintenance of effort requirement go down?
No, the maintenance of effort is the maintenance of effort. You can level fund, and in fact, the savings makes it possible to begin to move toward a level funding strategy, which is part of what you want to do. You want to get to level funding and use savings in order to keep the school program whole, but at the same time not adding to the tax burden. So no, it doesn't reduce it below the maintenance of effort requirement, but it can hold it to just maintaining the level of effort because the savings makes up the inflationary change in the program.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Being that we've reached the witching hour of midnight here, I am going to take this opportunity to call this meeting to a halt. Thank you all for participating. It's been informative. We will be considering the submission of stage 2 at the regular meeting on Monday. So I anticipate further good discussion there and more opportunity for public input. And with that, it is, let's see what time it is. It's 11:56. So have a good night, everybody.
You.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.